How did Sid fit into the ECW locker room at this time?
Well, first off, we all had a lot of respect for him. And when I say we all, it was kind of cliquish back then, as I remember it, you know. So when I say we all had a lot of respect, that's the way I remember it. Me and my group of people.
Who was your crew?
Well, usually I'd be in the parking lot crew out back for most of the day, and with Sabu, Pee Wee,
Fonzie.
Fonzie, of course, you know, and Mustafa often was back there. Kronos would, like, you know, come and go. Man, a lot of us like really got along, but there were certain ones of us that would be like just, you know, like together. Let's see, who else? Sabu actually had a Winnebago that he would drive around.
That's right.
Yeah, so
like that scene
the ones that I've mentioned, we were, you know, myself, Louie, Sabu's wife, my wife, Pee Wee, Fonzie, we would often ride, almost always in the Winnebago, so we would always be together. Bobby Duncan Jr. when he was around, which I'm not sure in '99, but anyway, we respected Sid a lot, you know, so he was a superstar. He was a big monster, you know, wrestling against Hulk Hogan back in the day when, maybe towards the end of the fan days, it seems like maybe, but it was in those days of being a fan watching the larger than life stuff on TV. So I personally, you know, had a little, you know, marked out a little bit that this is Sid. I wanted to work with him, which I didn't, unfortunately. But also, he was in our clique. He'd be out there in the parking lot with us too, so we enjoyed him.
What about the fans? In many ways, Sid was everything that the ECW attitude was, no pun intended, was against. You know, the big, juiced up
yes,
monster.
But I agree, yeah. But he was just so intense. It wasn't, if you looked at Sid and he just like, you would shit your pants. I mean, it wasn't like the other guys that they forced down your throat and say, hey, you're going to believe in this guy because we're telling you you're going to believe in him. We're going to make you believe in him because we're, you know, it wasn't like that. For him, people looked at him and they were like, oh my God, he's a fucking monster, right? He was just, I mean, he was a giant and he was just so muscular and he looked so intense and so strong that I think even the fans that didn't like the brand that was being pushed from the other companies, I think that they still had, you know, the same kind of respect for Sid.
Was this essentially the end of the Shane Douglas era? Was this looked at as like a passing of the torch?
By me, I believe so, and I don't know for sure that it was just that particular night, but it seems like when I think back to my time with ECW, like, I don't really remember Shane being there that much. I came along in, let's see, in '96, and you know, and I'm kind of surprised to hear that he's still there in '99. That's how much, like, I don't remember him being around.
What about Taz and Shane? To the best of your knowledge, did they get along?
I have no idea. I do know that they were both kind of like in that same position of, like, when I first got there, there was the upper echelon of people that were jockeying for that top position, and I associate them together with that. He was technically sound and very good. I would say advanced compared to, like, the average, you know, like he was one of the better workers, and that is the only reason that I could see for him to be in ECW. I was surprised when he got there, and I didn't get it. I was like, dude, how square can you be Yeah, what's extreme about him? And then I realized how much the fans appreciated what he brought to the table, and it really broadened my understanding of what ECW was. Everyone has their own versions of extremities. Bring it to the table. You throw it. Here's what I got. Here's what you got. You mix it in there. This guy's, this guy's drunk. This guy's a great wrestler. This guy, he's a fan. Whatever. Everyone kind of had their own niches, and and Lance helped me appreciate that. Because at first I was totally like, really?
Ill fit for that locker room, yeah.
I mean, do we got to watch our mouth and not swear around him?
He's such a serious guy. Is there any funny or embarrassing story you can tell about him here to commit to tape finally?
I don't think I have any. The funniest thing I can tell you is that we actually roomed together. Like back in that period, Paul or whoever booked the hotel rooms anyway would room us together, which is done sometimes. It's probably been that long since I've shared a room with somebody. But that's how I met a lot of the guys, met them like, oh, hey, how you doing? I'm so-and-so. I'm sleeping right there, right beside you, and that's just the way it is. There's that brotherhood or whatever. But I remember Lance being in the room, and I wanted to medicate, and that was an issue, like, is it okay?
Would Paulie do that on purpose?
I have no idea. But
be part of that mastermind thing. We will soothe Rob's.
You got to get Paul on the chair. Even if you get Paul on the chair and ask him, you're still not going to know.
You're going to get an answer. You're right.
You're going to answer. You just won't know.
It might not be the truth. You start '99 as the TV champ. You hold the belt all year. Is that planned from the start? What's proposed to you as far as your run?
That's such a better way to put it, because whenever someone asks if something is planned, ever, being on the talent end and like the furthest you can get from the office, I'm always the last.
What's said to you?
Who knows what anyone had in mind? But for me, it was pretty much, as I remember it, maybe not a week by week, but like not much further than that. I don't know if I would go so far as to say month by month that the plans were made aware by me. Like I go, you have to be an artist in this business, you have to deal with winning and losing a lot, and the emotions that come with that, the expectations from everybody else, all of that. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So anytime you start believing in your own hype too much, you're in for a letdown. Now you're a mark. And that also helps people that never win a match back. We all know it don't matter either way, right? But everybody wants to win.
Right.
So when I had the TV championship, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously because who knows, but for sure, I had no idea I was going to have it for almost 2 years. Right. No idea. I had no idea I would have it for 1 year. I had no idea I'd have it for 6 months. So as we're going, I might know, or I might not have an idea of who we're thinking about bringing in on the next TV, possibly to work with me, and that would give me the assumption that I would be the champion until the next TV, maybe. But besides that, no.
You see in other federations, there's a hierarchy of the belts: the heavyweight, the intercontinental, this, that. In ECW, and I don't know if this was a conscious thing or whatever, under your reign, the TV title was inconsequential. It was a heavyweight title. It almost had more importance than the heavyweight title.
I felt so, and I felt like that was my doing. I mean, I don't know if I can take full credit, but I do feel like that I and my run with the title brought it to that level. And I don't know what the history was, honestly, before I had the championship. So maybe it was already like that. Maybe I'm vain for saying this, but when I had the TV title, I was the whole effing show with the TV championship. So whatever belt I had, my music would hit. Me and Fonzie would be behind the curtain. Fonzie would be blowing his whistle, but we would, not yet, Fonzie, not yet. We'd be like waiting back there. He'd be doing jumping jacks. He's all warming up. I'm taking my breath, getting ready to go through the curtain. He might run through the curtain first. The crowd's going nuts, just screaming. Finally, I go through. They've been screaming RVD since before the first match, through the other matches, during intermission. Now I finally come out and give it to them. I felt like that support from the crowd and the fact that I was delivering from my perspective and my efforts, I wanted it to be the best match on the card, regardless of where I was on the card, who else was on the show. And I think that's why when I was the TV champion, it didn't matter that Mike Awesome was the heavyweight champion. In fact, him being the heavyweight champion did mean a lot, but it didn't matter as far as the TV title being looked at, as you said, as a secondary level on the hierarchy. It wasn't like that. At least it didn't seem like it. And I was really intrigued by the idea of building both sides up, the heavyweight and the TV title, building both belts up, so that when we finally clash, I thought that could be like the biggest match.
First of all, the reaction to his retirement. He caused a lot of friction with the whole Click thing, and we will know what happened there. What was the locker room reaction to Michael saying he was leaving the company?
You know, I was disappointed. I didn't really pay too much attention to the locker room atmosphere as it pertained to Shawn Michaels. I do know one thing. I wanted to work Shawn Michaels at some point in time. And for me to come in soon after him retiring was very disappointing for me.
Was, do you think that the injury is legit, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. The Office's reaction to the retirement, he was probably getting a bit tiresome to them also. But I guess money is the most important thing.
He's a draw.
He's a draw.
You know, I mean, he drew great money for the company and for himself and for a lot of the other boys as well. So as far as Office reaction to Shawn Michaels retiring, it really doesn't bother me that much. Which, I mean, there was obviously some guys that were happy he was retiring. There's no denying that. There was other guys that were disappointed he was retiring. And then, of course, you had the guys that it really didn't matter to them.
The thing that stands out about this match was, number one, it was chronicled forever in the documentary Beyond the Mat. Let's take that first, your reactions to that when it came out.
I only saw bits and pieces of it. I never actually watched the entire film. But from what I saw, it was a decent documentary, but I think it exposed some things with certain guys that never really wanted those things exposed. I knew it was like there was a few guys backstage that were disappointed with the film, or actually angry with the film. Other guys were ecstatic about it. Myself, like I said, I only saw bits and pieces of it. From what I saw of it, I thought it was a decent film.
Was it an accurate portrayal of what the WWE was like at the time?
I can't really comment on that because I haven't seen the whole thing.
Enough? Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of it to really make a comment on that. But you know, it seemed to go in the right direction. But I'd have to actually view the film start to finish in order to make that.
The match itself between Mick and The Rock featured a heavy chair shot to the head occurrences, and now we maybe know a little more now than we did then, or maybe we were playing a little more dumb than we were then because that kind of hardcore style was hot. Was there concern when you see a match like that and you're watching the monitor? Are you concerned for the guys?
Not really. I would be now, as I moved along further in my career. Back then, it was I was more of that mindset. If you can't take the chair shots, you shouldn't be in the business. It's not ballet, you know. And I was more of that, you know, oh, we're tough guys, we can take it, and we did. We took it every night. Now I look back and I think, man, were we stupid or what? I mean, a chair shot. I mean, it might not hurt you there. Or the first chair shot, the second chair shot, up to the fifth chair shot might not hurt you, but the accumulation of chair shots to the head over time definitely takes its toll on one's brain. It's devastating over the long term. It's the same thing. You look at mixed martial arts. You look at a lot of the guys that had concrete chins for years, and they just take bombs right on the chin, right hands, left hands, and they wouldn't drop. And Chuck Liddell is a prime example. And now you just tap Chuck Liddell on the chin and he drops. You know, his concrete chin is turned into a glass jaw. You know, and that's just the brain being slowly damaged every time it got hit over time.
Right. Specific to Mick, were there concerns about the excessive amount of abuse that Mick would tend to do to his body? There was a little bit of that in the film, but you guys, his comrades.
I mean, we were always concerned that, you know, for his health, especially when he came off the top of the cage, for example, with Undertaker. I mean, he's done some devastating things to not just his head, but his entire body. And that's probably what pushed him into early retirement at that time, definitely. So yeah, there was concern. I was definitely concerned for him, for sure.
Ever. Public Enemy was very over when I got there. You know, that was, they would come out and do the na 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 na, and the whole crowd would do it. That's what you want. You know what I mean? Like, if you can connect with the fans, then you're doing your job. That's what the whole business is about, is making that connection. And there's certain guidelines you want to and framework with which you have to do that with, you know, and then you find your own unique way of connecting instead of trying to do the exact same thing someone else did. They had it, you know what I mean, for ECW, and ECW was special. So it didn't necessarily mean that everybody that was super over in ECW would be in the same position in another company. It didn't mean that. ECW definitely catered to a certain clientele, certain kind of fans, and it offered a certain kind of product that was different, that was counter-cultural, or however you want to say it. It was, you know, they were on top of that. I didn't know either one of them, like, real personally. They weren't, you know, like my buds or whatever, but I got to say, you know, they were good for getting the fans going and for representing ECW. They were among those characters that seemed to be on their way out as I was on my way out.
From what I understand, McMahon always wanted to step inside the squared circle. His dad would never let him. So for him to actually tie up a pair of boots and climb in that ring and take the whatever best bumps you could say he could possibly take it was amazing. It was fun to watch. It was a lot of fun to watch. And McMahon's brain, the way it works, I mean, he's almost like a genius. He knew what the fans wanted and he gave it to them. Even though he's not technically a wrestler, he went out there and gave the fans what they wanted, and it was fun to watch.
There was no dissension of he doesn't belong on this side of the fence kind of thing?
Hey, it's his company. He can belong on any side of the fence he wants.
It's his fence?
It's his fence.
What sticks out in my mind is, it's funny how people remember the way they want to remember it, but people come up to me all the time and say, dude, I got the High Times magazine with you on the cover. I wasn't on the cover. Oh. You might remember me being on the cover. People in their mind think that I was on the cover of that. And I think it's because there was a photo inserted of a cover shot that we shot. It's me and Fonzie and Sabu, and we're holding some bud in our hands and at the camera. But we got bumped by Ozzy Osbourne, and Ozzy Osbourne's on the cover. And in history, in everybody's minds, I'll Go Down Forever is
that's funny.
Appearing on the cover. Yeah. Interestingly enough, side note, since you're bringing this up, while we're shooting, doing the actual photo shoots for that cover. Someone's trying to get my attention. There's and this was a big deal back then, holding the bud, Now, not so much. I mean, now now I'm a strong advocate. I can tell you we have 22 states with
Exactly.
medicinal
It's
programs.
all over the place.
Prohibition's ending now. Back then it was a little scary, and there was a sheriff that was at the back door that was trying to serve me a subpoena for an unrelated case while we were holding our buds. So I'll always remember it by that. Yeah. For an altercation with a fan.
Back then, let's bring the mindset back to '99 again and take legalization and medicinal out of the picture, and let's throw into the picture ECW is a very different company. Could there have been any other place where you could have worked where there would have been no ramifications, where this would have been encouraged? I mean, Paul, you probably loved this, right?
I'm sure he did, and not only because it was good for his product, but also I always felt like he liked the fact that I could be burning my bridge anywhere else if I wanted to leave. So whenever we would, absolutely.
So Paulie was enjoying the fact that you were shackling yourself to his company, basically.
100%.
Wow.
Yeah, there was definitely that feel. Like whenever we wanted to do something that was so extreme, he thought it would get us heat from, if we went somewhere else, leaving this, it would shackle. And so, yeah, that's the way it was. Sandman was the in-house alcoholic. I saw the way the fans took to that, and it wasn't by plan that I saw my first RVD 420 sign in the crowd. It was some fan in Queens, New York, and I loved it. I said, I'm going to go with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Did any of the workers have a problem with the lifestyle?
If you had a problem with the lifestyle, I don't imagine you belonged there.
In ECW, that's true.
You know what I mean? There used to be a joke that you had to pass a drug test to be in ECW, and of course, if you if you pass the drug test, you don't belong there.
Did you have any kind of personal rules about smoking before a match, or how far before you go out that you can and still?
If I did have any rules or any personal policies or whatever, then I was learning to be extreme while I was there. There was times when my music would. I remember one time I was in Ohio, and Joe C from Kid Rock, the little guy,
Sure,
he used to be a big
Yeah.
fan of ours. He came outside to the parking lot. He's like, Rob, I think your music's playing. I'm like, what? No, it can't be, dude. I think I just saw Sam go in or whatever. And so, all right. We just 2 or 3 minutes later, someone comes out, maybe it's Dreamer. He's like, Rob, your music's been playing for like 10 minutes. So, are you serious? Oh my God! I had to run in from the gathering, run across this huge empty gymnasium to where run all the way into the venue where the arena was, and run in there. And there was like nothing going on at that time. Sandman had been jumped by a couple of heels, and I guess I was supposed to run in and make a big save. And he said that it went on for so long. He said that after a while it started getting funny, and then it stopped getting funny, and then it was so long it started getting funny again. and then I guess I finally showed up. But
Phenomenal.
yeah.
Any difference? Did it enhance your performance? The physicality of your style was very aerial. Was it?
Well, I've actually written articles for trade magazines like Cannabis Culture magazine, where I explain the benefits that professional athletes can have from using cannabis. And I mean, it has everything to do with, and by the way, as far as an enhancement goes, Nick Diaz, just a couple of years ago, he gets busted, fairly often, seems like, but the first time I ever heard of it called an enhancement by the opposers was on Nick Diaz, when they were saying they gave him an unfair advantage in an MMA fight, which really goes against the way that most people would think. They would think it would be, a disadvantage. But either way, it's all, it affects everybody different, just like all drugs.
What did you
do.
find it to do for you?
It blocks anxieties. It helps focus. It can help with all negative energies can be set aside, so to speak. You know, things that it doesn't necessarily cure, it takes your focus off of. You didn't sleep that good. Well, you got stomachache, you got jet lag. You know, you're just not feeling up to your best. Guess what? This is a way that, when used right, boom, you can feel like you're at your best, which causes you to vibrate at a higher frequency, which puts that output out there, and it does make you at your best.
What about perception? Or you're going to leap? It doesn't hamper that at all.
That has to do with usage. No, it doesn't hamper that with me. I can't say that if you used it that you wouldn't, have. And that's the problem. Also, is that people that don't know anything about it. That's one of the reasons that ending prohibition has taken so long, and the training that the government has done to miseducate people. I don't know if miseducate is a real word or not.
We'll make it one today.
All right. But anyway, people think, well, it makes sense. I tried pot one time in college. I know what it does. I sat there for 8 hours. I couldn't tell you my name. I ate my history book. There's no way somebody should be doing that. Well, first off, you don't even know what you smoked. Was it an indica? Was it a sativa? Was it a hybrid? What did you smoke? How much did you smoke? Nobody even considers any of that. You know what I mean? It's like how much you use it, when you use it, those are all factors. People that drink a lot, everybody gets alcohol. You're supposed to drink. You're not normal if you don't drink. They want you to, here, can I give you a glass of champagne? Mm-hmm. What are you, a weirdo? That's just the way society is. Right. It's the way, even though alcohol kills, and I don't mean just violent crimes and crashes. I mean just straight up in your body, the poison in your body kills thousands and thousands of Americans a year, compared to 0 with cannabis. That's one thing that I just think, if everybody really knew that, maybe they'd say, wait a minute, is there maybe something else to
Halftime of the Super Bowl, huge, mainstream popularity. Are you guys starting to feel that sense of celebrity?
Absolutely. I mean, especially back during that time period, wrestling exploded, and it was amazing. I mean, we were riding on the coattails of The Rock and Steve Austin. I mean, those were the two guys that had that it factor. They'd only come around, once every couple of generations. I mean, Hulk Hogan had the it factor before that. And there was a long stretch of period where you had great athletes, great wrestlers, but nobody with that it factor. And when Rock and Austin exploded onto the scene approximately about the same time, I think it pushed wrestling through the roof.
Whose was that? Was that Russo's?
That was Vince Russo's idea, yes.
Very nice title. How about being paired with Ryan?
It was a fun storyline. I mean, we had a lot of different angles we could have explored, and I think the road that we went down was the most entertaining road. If you can remember, we went all the way into the Toronto Sky Dome when I was up in the Sky, or what is it, the Sky Hotel, making a play off of what had happened at a Toronto Blue Jays game weeks earlier, where during a Blue Jay game, there were two people actually having sex inside the hotel with the windows wide open, so the entire stadium could see through the window and see what was going on. And that was big news. And so several weeks later, we did a play off of that, and it was Ryan Shamrock and I up in that hotel room while Ken Shamrock was in the ring.
Any truth to the rumor that the storyline was supposed to have Ken jealous of you because Ken was secretly in love with his sister, but Ken personally kind of was turned off by the...
Yeah, I would have been turned off by that storyline too. I don't blame Ken for that.
Had you ever heard that? Was it true?
No, actually, I never heard that, no.
And then, of course, the irony of all of it is Ken ends up dating Alicia shortly thereafter.
Absolutely, yes.
It's wrestling.
This. The the fans that come to the ECW shows are the ones that represent those people in that part of the country. So you know, we're not getting the same, the family that's going to see Ice Capades, you know, on Friday isn't coming to see us necessarily on Saturday. We would get the fans that love watching ECW at 2 in the morning on Sunshine Network or whatever. And the funniest part is they would imitate the fans that they see in the Philly arena. And not just around our country, even in other countries. In Japan, you would see the fans dress like the recognizable fans from the front row at the Philly ECW arena, because they were characters too. They were part of the show. They were the superstars. The hat guy with the hat and the flower, and there was they had their own fans everywhere that we would go, and fans would dress like them. And even the ones that wouldn't do that, when they were chanting ECW, she's a whore, she's got herpes, they were imitating what they saw because they were drawn to that. That's who we would bring out. And I was often surprised to see that we could find our people in different parts of the country or world.
Were there any points of distinction with fans, from the Carolina fans, the Ohio fans,
of course,
the Florida fans?
Of course, absolutely. Like, before I went to ECW, I was living in Georgia when I first started in '96. And your agenda in the ring as a wrestler is so much different in different parts where you live. Down there in the South, as a babyface, what I want to do is to circle around the ring and get everybody behind me. They're going, come on, everybody. Yeah. All right, let's get him. Whoa. It's so different. And you go up there, they would say, they would boo you out the fucking door.
You're the heel.
In Philly, So it was intimidating when I first went there to see like this, you know, this culture shock. The music, the black T-shirts everyone was wearing, that thirst for blood, everything. I was like, oh my God, you know what? But obviously, I learned to master that. So after that was established and had the TV, and we would go around. Then when we go to Georgia, they weren't expecting this anymore, you know, because they were there to see ECW. They bam, we want to see the whole effing show. We're hoping, dude, we want to see you kick that chair into someone's face and watch their nose explode.
Right. Within ECW, you had a lot of different styles. Like you said before, it was everybody kind of had their niche. I mean, you had the, you know, garbage cans over the head, but then you have like incredible athletics. Were there areas of the country that appreciated certain stuff more? Like, did the Ohio guys want the razor blades on the head, but Georgia wanted to see you off the top? And
I think by the fans, not so much.
Okay.
I think that we tapped into a style that was considered cool by those who got it, no matter where you're at. And once they got that, they wanted to see it. Now the local athletic commissions would be something different. You know, like you're in Kentucky, you're not allowed to go over the guardrail into the crowd. That's going to change a lot of stuff.
Okay.
That's a big part of it.
now, my dealings with Bob Backlund, he's been very, very nice. Is Bob all there?
I think anybody that will work out nonstop and literally push the bed against the wall, push the TVs against the wall. I mean, create an entire space in his hotel room in order for him to work out for 2 hours straight, nonstop, is not all there, and he'll do that every single night. As far as his political career or his attempt at having a political career, to me, he'd just be the same as all the other politicians. You know, they want to plunder our wealth, and if he's going to be a Republican, he's going to give the money to his friends running the military-industrial complex. If he's going to be a Democrat, he's going to give the money to his friends running his pet social safety net projects. The bottom line is we're all getting plundered. And Bob Backlund, I think, would just be another one of those plundering politicians, Republican or Democrat.
Show. I wouldn't say he's careless. I've been accused of being careless by Taz, and maybe we'll get to that. But back in the day,
Why does everyone we talk to have a problem with Taz? Or had a problem somewhere in that arc?
He at that time, he wasn't someone that, he definitely wasn't someone that like blends into the dressing room. He stands out, and he makes himself stand out. Let me paint a picture for you. But this is when I'm not sure this is still 99 though. But when I first got to ECW and I'm meeting everybody, big open room, you know, like a warehouse kind of room, where that's where we're dressing. Everyone's all, you know, there's tables and chairs, people standing, whatever. Over here is Taz, but you can't really see him because he's got a circle of men around him, Team Taz, wearing orange jackets, and they're standing shoulder to shoulder, making a circle around him, and he's in the middle hours before the show, getting hyped up. You know, and so like if Sabu wanted to talk to him about something, you gotta, you know, like get permission from the outer circle, or say I need a moment of Taz's time. You know, it was just, he put himself in a position where how could you not have a problem with him? You know what I mean? He was like that back then. He cared very, very much about ECW. He cared very much about his position, and he had his own visions, and he was very protective of that.
That in and of itself is a bit of an odd fit for ECW, where it was like a gang mentality where you all kind of participated equally.
Yes, but there were certain guys that were really tight with Paul, like they lived in New York. Bubba, Taz, and Dreamer were much closer to Paul than the rest of us, who would be like flying in from Georgia or Florida or whatever, because they would be there. If they had any office meetings, that would be what the office consisted of, you know, because Dreamer would do the T-shirts. Right. Taz taught the wrestling school, you know. Bubba would they'd get the posters together and be hanging posters up or send them to the town to advertise their shows. They were all instrumental on a different level than just the talent. So there is that.
There's a thread that has emerged in this series as we covered it. I mean, we had Sabu here and a bunch of the other guys. But one thing that always kind of comes up is when you look at it now and you zoom out and you see ECW's legacy, Sabu's the one guy maybe who got the short end of the stick as far as where he should be now with the legacy, what he contributed to the product. So many of those highlights, you know, the opening credits, those were Sabu moments. Taping his head shut because his jaw is hanging off, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And kind of in a banged up spot now. Would you agree with that?
Totally agree. He gave it all. He gave it all for the business, and even if he doesn't have as much to give, he's going to keep giving every little bit. I mean, as long as I've never known anybody that loves the business as much as Sabu. Mm-hmm. If it was up to him, I felt this was definitely true back in '99, and I feel like it's still true now. I think if it was up to him, he would wrestle twice a day, every day. He loves it, and I've always, you know, been like, dude, we're already booked, relax. And no, we got the afternoon open, we can get something. And he really loves it that much, and almost too much, because he sacrificed a lot of business for that. Whereas I'll be someone that'll, you know, hey, I'm not looking to leave home. If you want me to leave home, you got to make it worth my while. You know what I mean? Like for him, he's ready to go, you know, and then everything else is second to him. You know, he wants to be there, and then, you know, hey, maybe he made some money, maybe he didn't. He would often, overly generous, often take care of all the other boys, get other guys booked on the cards he's booked on and pay them because the promoter didn't book them, take care of dinner for everybody. He's always been like way overly generous. He's been destructive inside and outside of the ring to himself. And unfortunately, yeah, he's in a position now where it's a shame that he's not either still, you know, on top, busy wrestling, or at least, you know, at least sitting in a legend's quarters somewhere for all of his hard work and effort.
There's a glorifying aspect to taping your head shut when you break your jaw, and the things that many of you guys do. I'm singling out Sabu. When you look back at it now at 40 years old, were they foolish chances to take? Should you have rested up? And I know you didn't get paid, but should you have taken time off when you were hurt? Are there regrets as far as that, working the ECW style in your 20s?
For me?
Well, I mean, looking at a Sabu also for
Right.
yourself, yeah.
Okay. Because Sabu, I guess, is 49. Is that what you said? You said 49 years old, or?
No, I said looking back at 40. I just threw a number out there. Yeah. As more mature men looking back on Jesus, was I?
For me, no.
No.
I've first off, I've gone my entire career only having one surgery, and I normally, I've always said this, and it's in character to say this, but I'm very durable. In character, I say, hey, I'm a lot tougher than the other guys. I've always been out to prove it. But, as a shoot, I'm very durable. I give myself more punishment per match than a lot of the other wrestlers because I know I can take it. I can go from the top rope and land on the guardrail, and I'm probably going to be okay, whereas a lot of other guys wouldn't be. The one surgery I had, I took a full 12 months off because I didn't want to be one of those guys that comes back too quick. So I've made all the right decisions as far as that. And I got to say, when they say the pen is mightier than the sword, nobody has hurt me nearly as bad as the writers. When I look back on my career, oh, his back, oh, he got beat up here, oh, we got to ambulance him out here. My injuries have been storyline.
Oh, the wrestling writers.
Yeah. I've gone 25 years now, and I had to get my knee surgery, but when it comes time to writing the big book, people are going to find out this thing was shot for like 4 years before I ever even finally got it worked on. And, that time I dropped the TV title when I had a broken ankle. I was out for like 3 months from the ring, never looked back at it. That's been my injury list for a long time of high risk or very physical style, RVD style matches. Have I not taken enough time? No, I've made all the right decisions. Other guys, obviously some make decisions, they come back too quick. But also to that, I don't think like those other guys. I mean, I'm a nonconformist in every way, which is why I have my platypus motto with me at all times. He's nature's nonconformist. People, when I was injured, would call me and be like, dude, man, just hang in there. I know you're going stir crazy at home, man. You'll be back on the road in no time. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Lose my number. I don't get like that. Right. Most of the other guys do, though. Right. They love being on the road that much, and a lot of them now haven't been doing it as long as me. So you got to wonder if they're still gonna. But even back in the day when we were all like of the same experience, roughly.
Right.
I love being home. Mustafa's got a lot of love. He's a good guy. He's more quiet. He's respectable. He's a stand-up guy. I can't imagine if somebody really had a beef with him, then they know a different Mustafa than I do.
The matches between he and New Jack. Give me some words that might come to mind. Give me some headline words we could use.
Well, I mean, he and New Jack were the team, the gangsters. When that music would hit, they'd come out with the trash cans and just dump all the weapons, which I believe the fans brought for them to use to hit each other with. That was a huge part of the show. So I don't even know what happened to Mustafa for a while, whose decision that was, but he was gone for a while. New Jack was on the rise. And then, New Jack kind of proved he didn't need him. I mean, he was, as a single wrestler, a solo artist, he was holding his own, and he wasn't just, one of the gangsters anymore. So then when Mustafa came back, that's, it was the ex-partner. Remember when? But he didn't quite have the steam anymore that New Jack did. Right. So I think he was maybe just there, to settle, any unsettled business, and then for New Jack to carry on.
what are your sentiments on that?
Well, first off, again, Big Dick was one of the originals. He was there way before I was. He and even all 38 of the Dudley characters they had back then, and the Eliminators, all those guys represented a different ECW than what it became over the next couple of years. They did. And that's part of growth. I mean, it started as a local promotion and then grew. Since I'd been there, I saw it grow from having a couple hundred people in the crowd, having a show maybe every couple of weeks, to soon, wrestling every weekend. And then it was like 3 or 4 shows a week. We're jamming. Mm-hmm. I saw us go from having that late night time slot to having our first pay-per-view, to having a magazine, to having action figures, to having the syndicated TV slot. Like boom, all that was happening because the caliber of the show, not just the wrestlers but the whole presentation, had advanced to a necessary level. And so that ECW, the ECW like of '99. Big Dick Top Guy, I think probably not so much, because the talent had changed. And I bring it, before we were there, '95, right, maybe that was a total different company. And because of that, from their perspective, I'm sure there was some resentment, some regret about these other guys coming in. But when you look at the business, it had to happen.
Are you aware of disputes that you are individually having with Paulie? Like, would you know that a Big Dick is at war with Paulie for a better spot, or Sandman's pissed because of a payoff? Is that something that was aired in the locker room?
I would say 50-50. I'm one of the guys that doesn't, hold my hand to my ear. Back then, maybe it was a little more. I don't know. Maybe it was a little more connective back then. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, there was certainly times where Sabu and I thought we found like a quiet, dark spot in the corner somewhere in the building where we could do our thing, and then pretty soon we'd hear like screaming, and New Jack and Paul are having a fight like just on the other side of some barrier, and they're screaming at each other, and we're like, oh shit. But I usually wouldn't go out of my way to find out what's going on, so unless it's aired right in front of us, then I wouldn't.
I think WWE acquiring Paul White was a tremendous asset gain to WWE. I mean, the guy's truly an athlete. I mean, through and through. I mean, he truly is the largest athlete in the world, and he's a great athlete at that. And to see a guy that big be able to move the way he moves is absolutely incredible. And I worked him a couple of times, and it was a lot of fun to work. And I would work him at the drop of a dime every single night of the week for the rest of my career.
Did it carry special significance for you, other than knowing you're going to have a highly celebrated spot on television every week? What did it mean to you personally?
It meant a lot to me, actually. The Intercontinental title, especially back then, was a very prestigious belt to me. Title, I can't say belt anymore. We got to call it title or championship.
Is this true?
Yes, we got to call it title or championship, which is what it is, really. I mean, you take a look at guys that held that title in the past. I mean, and guys that fit that same type of division, like Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Honky Tonk Man. I mean, these guys were incredible. Macho Man Randy Savage. I mean, these guys are just incredible athletes, and I always felt that whoever was in contention for the IC title were always some of the best workers in the company. And I mean, Mr. Perfect's a prime example. He was a phenomenal worker.
Who first came to you and told you were going to be getting the belt that night?
Pat Patterson came and told me.
How far before did you actually know that you'd be getting it?
About 4 hours before.
Oh, so that day?
That day, yes.
Did they tell you how long they anticipated you holding it for? Are you given that much detail?
No. I don't even think the writers know. They're just going on a week-by-week basis. And, you know, at that point in time with the competition, I mean, you could have a whole month of storyline set out, but if the competition is moving ahead of you, you got to change everything up.
Right.
And so everybody was kept on their toes back then. I mean, competition made everything better. But in order to be better, you had to be willing to be flexible in changing storylines at the drop of a dime.
You mentioned the prestige of that belt. Has it been devalued over time to today?
I think it has a little bit. Yeah, I think it has a little bit. I think it changes hands too much now. I think there's no established growing star within WWE that can run with that title. And of course, that's not even the talent's fault, because they have some great talent. I think that more has to do with just it goes back to not having competition for the company. And so I don't think you're standing on your toes or the company's not standing on their toes like they should be.
Gotcha. Talk to me about working in the ring with Ken Shamrock.
Ken Shamrock was he was a wild one. He had cardio coming out the wazoo. I'd run him, and he still wouldn't blow up. I'd blow up trying to blow him up. And you know, he's definitely a cardio machine, that's for sure. He was a good wrestler. I wouldn't say he was an amazing wrestler by any stretch of the means, but he was good enough where you could actually pull some decent matches out of him. And he was constantly learning as well. And it goes back to that old saying, I mean, the day you stop learning in this business, it's time to get out of the business. And Ken Shamrock always had that open mind of learning more, and he did. Every day he'd learn something new. And so he had a good attitude, and he was in tremendous physical shape. Jim Ross and I never really got close, business-wise. We just never. I mean, to me, he's obviously hands down one of the best color commentators for professional wrestling ever, bar none. I think him and King were a tremendous team together. I think.
You just mean the talent relations portion of it. He didn't.
Yeah, we just never like, he was very close to Steve Austin. There were a few other guys that he would be very close to. He'd have a lot in common with some guys, but I never really had a lot in common with Jim Ross. And so we never really, I mean, we were always kosher with each other. You know, we were, hey, what's going on? How are you? Hope all's going well. But we would never sit down and speak in depth about any topic. He's very much into things like football, for example, the Oklahoma Sooners. And I mean, I couldn't even tell you which university the Oklahoma Sooners are from. So, you know, and I'm into politics quite a bit, and he really is not. So, I mean, we never really had a lot in common to foster a decent relationship beyond being just WWE business.
But did that negatively affect you at contract time, or?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. I mean, he had a huge love for professional wrestling. And, you know, I was a great talent back then. And, you know, I think he respected that, and I respected his color commentating. I mean, like I said, he's obviously hands down one of the best ever.
There was an angle with Ross kicking Michael Cole in the nuts. Was there any legitimate heat with Ross and Cole that you knew of?
I think Michael Cole learned a lot from Jim Ross, and I think he respects Jim Ross, but I think Michael Cole, in his own mind, believes he's far better than Jim Ross will ever be. And so Jim Ross is, I think there's definitely got to be some tension there. There has to be. I mean, Jim Ross, to me, is hands down the greatest commentator of all time. Michael Cole is pretty dang good, but I definitely wouldn't put him past Jim Ross.
you know. Well, first off, I knew that Rhino already had the respect of Sabu. Back then, I was Sabu's boy, and I basically was, I listened to whatever he said. When I first got to ECW, he said, these guys are the shits, these guys are the shits, you know, and they're going crazy because they've never seen anything like this before, and I'd be like, okay, yeah. He explained everything to me. You know, I guess 99, around then I was coming into my own more, starting to realize that I thought differently than Sabu about some things, and that was okay. That was just at the point I was at in my adulthood, you know, and in my career.
Leaving the nest.
Yeah, kind of. But you know, they loved Rhino, and they were like, yeah, he's really good. If Sabu says he's good, that's good enough for me. So I was intrigued, looking forward to meeting him and wrestling before I ever saw him. And then when I saw him wrestle, you know, I got it. I did think he was good. He was another Michigan boy, so we had that in common. He was a good friend of Pee Wee's, and then, you know, obviously, like Paul did with so many people, he found his strengths, right, and knew how to capitalize there and how to work around the weaker parts and push Rhino to the moon. He did.
Part of your crew? Part of the parking lot crew?
He was he was someone like Dreamer who could walk through any crew and pass along, you know, and say hi and fit in anywhere. Oh. Yeah. He wouldn't be one to
initiate it.
He wouldn't be one to pass along the medication, if that's what you're asking. He wouldn't participate, but he could definitely stand around and talk to us.
But he wouldn't participate. Okay, so
correct.
Oh.
It's just business, but anytime you lose the title, you're disappointed when there's nothing to follow it up. If there's no storyline to follow it up. If there's a storyline to follow it up, I'm all for it. But losing the title, yeah, it definitely is disappointing.
Do they give you anything down the road when they come to you and say, who's it, Patterson again, who tells you you're going to drop it?
No, it wasn't Patterson. I can't remember who told me, but I know it wasn't Patterson.
So whoever comes over to you and says, listen, you're going to drop it today, do they give you any, but what we're going to do with you is X, Y, Z, or no, it's just you're dropping it?
No, they actually don't know what they're going to do. You know, like I said, back at that time, there was so much competition going on that they needed to keep things fresh and changing all the time. So I think on a week-to-week basis, they were literally just coming up with storylines quickly, you know, as the weeks went on. And, you know, so I don't think any of the writers knew what they were going to do the very next day.
What about losing it to Road Dogg? Were you okay with that?
Oh, yeah. Road Dogg to me was a great guy. He was a good friend. It was fine with him.
Do you remember this?
Vaguely.
Is there any indication that Lawler has a temper?
I've never seen him have a temper. But if he ran over an airport officer's foot, he should have backed up and drove over the other foot.
Based on recent events in airports?
Based on the fact that officer gets his paycheck padded by the theft of our money, taxes.
Ah. He's very into politics.
No.
What did you think of the FTW World Title?
I hated it. I felt like it was. I felt like it was a compensation for Taz's ego. That's what I felt like. I felt like when I got there, he was the guy that had been spending all of his efforts to be the match and to be with Sabu and to be the guy that beat Sabu. Sabu was like a god, and he was feuding with Taz, and no one had beaten Sabu, and they had this thing going that had been building and was to continue building for a while. That was supposed to be like I later saw me and Mike Awesome as possibly being like the biggest thing ever. Back then, Taz and Sabu was being built up as the biggest match ever. And when I came in, I really felt like Taz thought that I just, like bumped him over and took his spot. I came in and worked Sabu. I beat Sabu. Taz wasn't happy about that. And I felt like he thought he was getting pushed out of the picture, and there was a lot of animosity between all of us back then. And I thought like the FTW belt was his way of saying, well, I'll just make my own belt then.
Why'd they keep it around so long, though? Just to placate him?
Quite possibly so. Paul did placate Taz, all the time. And in fact, this belt that I got from Bam Bam Bigelow, I would bring it to and Taz had a new looking belt from Jamar that he wanted me to wear instead. And he's, and he would say, hey brother, we got this new belt, isn't that nice? It's all shiny. It was silver. The FTW belt was gold, but the TV belt was silver. I wasn't gonna wear it. So, all right, thanks. Next week I'd show up, brother, why aren't you? Oh, I left it at home. I'm sorry, And then I did that for the longest time until everyone. I think Paul was, the tag belts, the heavyweight belt, they matched, but the TV belt didn't match them because I kept bringing this for the longest time. Eventually, I guess I must have decided, okay, and maybe I even got it. Maybe I don't know if they might have redone it and made it in gold because I made that comment. I'm not going to wear it. It's silver. I'm trying to build this up. I think, I think that they reordered it in gold, and then I felt obligated, like, okay, I guess I'm going to have to, after they did all this, represent the new look, and that's how I ended up with this thing, is I just kept forgetting it at home when they asked me to return it.
Do you know why Paulie finally decides to get rid of it? Is it?
No, I would assume that, like I said, there was that Taz, Dreamer, Bubba coalition that was in Paul's ear, always talking. So I would assume they came up with, ECW's growing, we need a new look. We're trying to get Jerry over, and I've beaten the guy like so many times, and we have great matches, but every single time, I end up being able to beat him. You can only carry that like for so long until that story that, hey, Jerry thinks this is going to be his night. Oh, nope, it wasn't his night again. And that's a hell of a way to lose the match, to actually win and say, no, it wasn't good enough for me. I don't deserve it, so I liked it.
Where do you put him on the spectrum as a worker?
I put him up there. It was, the very first time I wrestled him, he could have just been like Skull Von Crush or whatever. I could have taken it to him in 7 minutes and just shown my stuff and moved on. And that was suggested. I was like, I just really think, I think maybe I can really get something, like really something out of this. And that was the freedom I had back then. Not everybody, people think it was just a free-for-all Wild West. And you had to earn the leverage. Paul didn't let everyone from the bottom of the card up just go out and do whatever they wanted and come back to the dressing room when they were done. But for me, I never had time cues. Even on pay-per-view matches, he wouldn't say, okay, you got 15 minutes. He said, go out there and steal the fucking show. That was great. I remember one time he gave me a time. It was one of the last, maybe it was the last pay-per-views, and I was just like, I wasn't even used. I didn't even know how to do that. I didn't even know how to think ahead and plan a match by time. I was like, why are you doing this to me? Right? He said, well, I'm just asking. Do you think you can do it in 20 minutes? I was like, I don't know. I'm not out there yet. It was kind of stressful. That's how much freedom I had, So I chose to take Jerry and to stretch that out and see what I could get out of him, what it would pull out of me too.
First, take me to like the week beforehand. Are you starting to do a lot of press? Are there public appearances? Is there a ramp up to the actual WrestleMania event?
Absolutely. All week long prior to WrestleMania, you're just going non-stop. I mean, there's appearances, there's media appearances, meet and greets. It's non-stop. It's literally one of the most hectic weeks every year that I've had for my entire career.
The event itself, when you get there that day, is there a different kind of excitement? Does it feel different than a house show or a TV taping?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so much momentum going into it that you can just feel the build-up all week long. And then by the time you're ready to go to sleep the night before WrestleMania, have good luck on sleeping. And you're wide awake, just in anticipation of what's going to happen at WrestleMania.
How do you keep yourself in check physically that day from not just going 100 miles an hour when you get in the ring, getting too excited too quickly? Do you really have to calm yourself down?
Yeah, sometimes you just got to stop and just take a nice deep breath and slowly let it out and continue on, because yeah, you can get amped up a lot during WrestleMania.
Four-way matches, more difficult?
I think anytime you have more than two opponents in the ring, it adds to the difficulty. You know, whether it be if you have three opponents in the ring, it's obviously more difficult than having two. Four is more difficult than having three. So I think every time you add a new opponent into the ring, the difficulty bar is raised.
Is it booked any differently for a WrestleMania? Are you given more detail because it's a high-profile pay-per-view show and you really can't blow it? So is Patterson... Well, who's booking it, first of all, at WrestleMania? Is it still just Pat, or is Vince involved with telling you?
Well, there's several people involved. I mean, there's Vince, there's Pat Patterson, there's several other producers as well that are involved. But I think you've gone over what can happen in the ring so many times. It's pretty hard to mess up during WrestleMania, especially when you have that kind of energy. I mean, when you feel the energy from the fans in WrestleMania, you're just in that zone, and it's hard to get out of that zone even if you tried.
Right. But are you given more instruction than you would have if it were just a Raw?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think it depends on which match you're in, who you're working with. Obviously, if you're working with someone who's very green, you'd probably be given more instruction on how to handle different situations and stuff. But yeah, generally it's, you go out there and you do what you do best, but you're doing it during WrestleMania.
How about Meanie? Your reactions to Meanie?
I thought Meanie was a great character. I thought he was funny. He was entertaining, and it was a lot of fun to work. X-Pac's a good friend of mine. I think he's a great guy. I know I've burned a lot of brain cells with him in the past.
I was going to say, if you're hanging with Pac.
Yes. Yes. He's definitely a character, that's for sure. I've got a lot of good memories with him. I think it's difficult for any of the wrestlers who, that's what they've done. Their entire career is actually gone out there and performed in professional wrestling events, to compete against anyone who has trained in boxing their entire lives, or mixed martial arts their entire lives. 12 weeks of training, it's not going to close that divide for some guy that's been training in that sport for years and years and years. It's just not going to happen. So for Bart Gunn to step into the ring with Butterbean was it was a feat in and of itself. I mean, that takes a lot of courage to step into the ring with a guy who has been trained for years in boxing, and Bart Gunn was only being trained for approximately 12 weeks at that point in time.
A guy like Butterbean steps into a locker room. Is he met with respect? Is he respectful of you guys?
He was respectful of us. He seemed like a nice guy. He was respectful of what we did. He said he was a big fan of it. Of course, it comes down to after he beat Bart, I remember he came backstage saying, "I've got a job, I've got a job." And I was like, whoa, whoa. It's, you know, hey, you might have knocked him out because you've been boxing your whole life, but you want to perform in professional wrestling events and entertain people? That's a whole nother beast.
He thought he was going to be given a spot on the card as a wrestler?
He thought he was going to be given a spot on the card as a wrestler, yeah.
So what was the locker room reaction to him running back and saying, "I got a job"?
Everybody just kind of laughed and shrugged it off, you know, like, wow, that was, it was something to hear. You didn't expect him to be that wild about it when he came backstage. "Oh, I got a job, I got a job."
Bart is gone right after this. Is this one of these old school Bill Watts, you lose to anyone who's not a wrestler, you're gone kind of thing, or was he already planning to leave?
I'm not
He
sure.
let go?
I'm not sure. I think they were hoping that if he did somehow beat Butterbean, they could build him up as the legitimate tough guy of WWE. And of course, that never happened.
Great. Too Cold Scorpio was one of the guys that we all look forward to wrestling with because he's great. It's going to be a fun match, and he's a cool dude.
This is his kind of a surprise return after 3 years out. Does this and goes again.
Well, I mean,
The plan?
I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but you know, I do know that around that time, we were just bringing people in for me to wrestle, to challenge for the television title. We, you know, I mean, we had everybody there, and then outside of that, hey, let's bring in Kamala too from All Japan. Let's bring him in. You know, hey, let's bring in, you know, whatever. We got I think Doug Furness and Danny Crawford. Like, they weren't brought in just for that, but we were reaching out. You know, Sabu and I wrestled the Sasaki and the Japanese guys at Hayabusa, and which a lot of fans really remember that match. Out of all the matches in my whole time in ECW, a lot of fans remember Heatwave 90, whatever it was, 98, I don't know, whenever the year was.
98.
They remember it, I don't.
98.
Yeah, and okay. That match really stuck out, you know, in people's minds as being very pivotal, I guess, in the industry. For me, this was just one of those things where you're told something's going to happen, and then, you know, depending on how long you've been around, you're either a little skeptical or very skeptical. I like to call myself an optimistic skeptic, and, you know, until something happens, you know, it's like maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. So when this happened, it was very exciting because it felt like for us that it was implementing us into people's lives. I mean, we're going to be, it's another form of medium, you know, besides just on the TV. We're going to be on the bookshelves too. It's someone else can see us there. We're going to be accessible to people that might not be watching at 2 a.m., you know, and so it was a standard of growth that we were all excited about. And the magazine was pretty cool too.
It's kind of a touchy subject for me because I've lost a lot of friends due to prescription drugs, mainly pain meds and muscle relaxers. And, you know, it's every time I see a guy young die from prescription drug abuse, it's just another. Couldn't they see it coming? And so many guys just do not believe it could ever happen to them. Even if their best friend ends up ODing and dying from prescription drug abuse, in their minds, it'll never happen to them. And then it does. I mean, it just seems I've seen so many guys take that same road where you can just see them over a period of time just descend into their race to the grave.
And it's noticeable to you guys in the locker room.
It's hard to say because I think with certain guys it's very noticeable. Other guys, I mean, there's other guys that have been doing it for, going on 30 years and they're still living. Like they have 9 lives or something. Jake the Snake Roberts, a prime example. I mean, that guy he's still alive, and really theoretically he shouldn't be. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne's another one. The guy's still alive, and theoretically he
Keith
should
Richards, keep going down the list. Yeah, absolutely. But if I were to say, well, these guys didn't realize the dangers of prescription medication today. The younger guys are much more responsible about it, and the Federation is doing more to keep it in line. Would I be lying?
I think the Federation is doing everything they can legally in order to stem the tide of deaths. But it's not just professional wrestling. Professional wrestling, especially WWE, is in the media. They're in the limelight. So anytime a wrestler dies from prescription drug abuse, of course, that gets exposure, but you'll never hear about your next door neighbor dying in the news media. The reality is prescription drug abuse is an epidemic right now in America. I mean, it's overtaken marijuana abuse in high schools. And marijuana was the #1 abused drug in high schools for years and years and years. Now prescription drugs, mainly pain meds, have overtaken marijuana. I mean, there's more prescription drug abuse in high schools today than methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin all combined. It's an absolute epidemic. And so I think WWE is only reflective of what society is. WWE says you're not allowed to use these prescription drugs unless your doctor, I mean, you can't stop your own family doctor from prescribing you something. So I think WWE is doing everything in their power to try and stem the tide, but I mean, they can only do so much legally. I mean, they can't literally follow you around and handcuff you to your couch and say you're not going to your doctors and you're not getting any prescription meds. They just can't legally do that, And so I think they're with the wellness policy in place. I think it's the best they can do, and I think they're doing everything they can do, and I think it's a step in the right direction. But is it helping? It may be helping a little bit. I definitely don't think you're gonna see a huge change in the way prescription drugs are abused in WWE. That's for sure.
Paul's been called a genius, and I think he might be a genius, but definitely stuff like this, maybe it's been done a million times in the business, I don't know. For me, especially going through it right now, this is all like the first time for me that I'm hearing about these angles, and it's, wow, that sounds like a great idea. I'm going to be out there by myself, fighting for the and if the odds are way against me. I mean, if you have to go down, that's a good way to go down.
Did you prefer working tag or singles?
I preferred working singles. The show off in me prefers having the spotlight on, and that's basically what we're doing. We're all out there showing off. I think almost any form of entertainment, I'm sure there's exceptions, but it's showing off. And it's hard to do that when you're standing on the apron like this. Later in my career, as some of the art had been compromised for business, I find it not so bad to stand out on the apron when you're doing that for some of the time, But if I did tag, I always wanted it to be Sabu. That was my favorite partner. Everybody was down, I remember a somber feeling, and we're all just, just like always trying to remember, like, dude, it was just a couple weeks ago we were talking, and I remember specifically, I remember specifically the conversations that were going on at that time about New Bane. which was a pain-killing drug that everybody was just, oh, you gotta try this, it's great. Bam Bam Bigelow was telling me, dude, you gotta try it. And I thought those guys were crazy, injecting a painkiller. I'm like, I'm good, but Rude was one of those guys that liked it too. And then I heard that was what contributed to his heart seizing up. And I don't want to report any non-truths here or whatever, but that's what I thought was why he was just saying, I got to try this. It's like the best thing ever, and it looks like maybe that's what did him, did him in, and so that's what I think about.
As these things start to happen, they become more prevalent. Louis, which was 98, but nonetheless, Rick. It never serves as a cautionary tale, it seems, from an outsider,
right,
to the other guys in the locker room
right,
that did that stuff. They mourned it, they knew what happened, they may have loved the guy and missed the guy, they never changed their behavior.
Right.
Is that consistent?
Well, I mean, not with me,
No, not with you, I'm saying, but is that true?
But I mean, for the record, I was getting into the pill eating around that time,
Okay.
and which wasn't something that I was used to. It was like I hyperextended my knee one night, and it hurt so bad. This was the night before Sabu and I had the famous Hostile City Showdown or something. I don't know. It was the ring was broke, 110 degrees in the building. Come on, I want to lay a dance on top.
to
It was
distract
a real
them,
famous night. Well, the night before, I hyperextended my knee at the Lulu Temple so bad I couldn't walk without really limping severely. One of the Pitbull Anthony was like, "Here, try this," and I was like, "Can I take this and wrestle?" And he was like, "Oh, you'll be good to go." Well, that started something for me where, shortly after that, it was, everyone's like, "Here, take this, take this, take this." Like, "All right, sure. Hey, what was that?" Well, I was getting into that right then, and it was Louis' death, which, he was really close with us. And the first guy that I knew, the closest person to me at that time that had died. I lost my grandmas, but I wasn't even as close to them. So it hit me so hard that, for me anyway, he did serve as a deterrent for me. I quit eating somas after that. Okay. And I found that all the ODs after that all had somas in them. Maybe one exception, allegedly Test actually died just from Oxycontin, which every other case I hear of, it's what we call a wrestler's cocktail, which means it's a mixture of several things, And I'm guilty of, one time someone came by, Dr. Death, Steve Williams, so here, take this. I said, okay, drank it with a beer. What was that? And he said, morphine. I'm like, oh, is it okay that I already took 2 Valium and a Vicodin and a Halcyon and beer? Yeah, you're good. I said, okay. That's how, anyway, all these ODs, you look at the reports, the somas shut you down. It's a muscle relaxant, and it shuts you down. That's what was fun about it for us, was it shutting ourselves down. And it was just like, after a while, I was like, I don't fucking want to die. It's not that fun, So that was Louis' death was enough for me to say, I'm good,
Okay.
So
You don't have a lot of company, you should know. In that.
I know, and I've talked to some of my friends for years and years and years, friends that we've all been afraid for their safety, and you're right, they're all indestructible. Bubba's very stiff. And he's good. I didn't think necessarily that he was as good as he thought he was way back then, And when I got to ECW, Sabu was like, "Oh, these guys are the shits," and then we didn't like wrestling them. Sabu and I would wrestle the Dudleys in tag matches, and we didn't like it, so that would make it very much stiffer. Whether it was a singles match, or a tag match, So Bubba and I would, every night, we would get into a fist fight in the ring every single night, because it's potato, receipt, and I I feel challenged with a certain level of snugness in the ring to give it back, and Bubba will bring that out of me, and he knows it. You know, you may have heard one or two people say that I've kicked them hard once or twice. It's happened, so I hear. But in a match like that, you know, it's definitely going to be very snug. And Bubba and I, we would get one of us, bam, would catch the other one, bam, we'd go bam, we'd trade back and forth, and it would just get harder and harder and harder. And if you ever ask Bubba, he'll corroborate this. We would just punch each other in the face harder and harder, blow for blow, until one of us finally like grabbed a headlock or something, which means you lose.
Game of
chicken.
chicken.
Yeah,
Game of
it was like a
chicken.
game of chicken, and it wasn't out of fun.
But take me behind the curtain now with you and Mark when this is over.
Nothing. It's all in the ring.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, just guys out there doing the best we can to do our job. You know.
Was he difficult to get along with?
He wasn't like in my inner circle, you know. In fact, he was often a dick, and I think he'll even admit that. You know, Devon was the cool Dudley, Bubba was the dick. That's how it was. And you know, now after knowing him for so long, he and others that I've just known for decades now, we have like a mutual respect, just because you look across the room like, here we are, we're still doing it, you know, and that there's a value in that kind of overrides different, you know, cycles of emotions that we had gone through. But it's like that now. But he used to be hard to get along with on purpose for anybody. And if he doesn't know you, he will be a dick to you. Today, still, like if you have someone come around that's he doesn't know, one of your friends, or you got your friends with you or something, and they go up and say hi to him, they may be surprised, you know, but that's the way that he is. I don't think he's got a problem with anyone saying that.
It's charming.
Yeah.
Great idea, turning him face, right? What are the qualities that are looked for in saying, you know, this guy would be a heck of a babyface?
I could come out here and say, these are the qualities, A, B, C, and D, but I'd be absolutely lying. I mean, Rock just had that it factor, the same thing Austin did. I mean, we take a look at Austin, he was supposed to be a heel. And if you go back 10 years before his debut in WWE, his character would have been very heelish. But in 1999, him doing that same character was all of a sudden a babyface. You can't really put your finger on as to exactly why. The Rock, I mean, he was great on the microphone. I mean, he's one of the best on the microphone. He's very intelligent, very witty, and to me, I think a lot of those things combined really propelled him to the top echelon of professional wrestling. But that's just my guess, because I can't put a finger on exactly what that it factor is.
Well, the fans kind of make that decision too, I guess. You've kind of listened to what's going on outside. Was Rock a better heel or face?
I think he was good both ways, definitely. He was good as a heel, and he was good as a face.
You're so political, even in answers like that.
Sable was a good champion during a little run, but as far as what she knew going into it, or any of the participants in that knew exactly what was going on, I mean, they might have been in the same situation I was, where it was just week to week. You never knew what was going to happen.
Why was she so despised in the locker room? Did she really have as bad an attitude as we often hear?
You know, I got along with Sable. I always heard the stories that she had an attitude problem, that, you know, her head had blown up. But I mean, I talked to her several times, and I rode with her and Mark at one point, just a couple of times. And I mean, I always liked both of them. I mean, they're pretty cool. And so I don't know where unless the other guys knew something I didn't, I don't know where the animosity came out of.
Is this kind of a rib because that's how they were viewed, or were they generally liked by the boys?
I think they're generally liked by the boys. Yeah, Pat Patterson's a funny guy. He's always telling jokes. He's always got a smile on his face. Briscoe's always telling jokes. He's a great source as he has a wealth of information as it pertains to performing in the ring. And Pat Patterson's the same way. So yeah, I think it's just, I think they get along with everybody.
On a personal level, I probably was looking at my own advancement, you know, and that's what you do, you know, especially I was at that stage of my career where I was just putting it together, becoming a superstar, learning, you know, how to really connect with the crowd and do my job. And I do remember thinking that without Shane, that was definitely a chance for me to move upward on the ladder.
One of the things he says is, you know, he's tired of getting stiffed on payoffs and stuff. In '99, is this something we're starting to see yet? The bottom doesn't fall out till 2001, but are you seeing that this soon?
I don't remember how long that lasted. You know, when I mentioned that group that would be around Paul is being, you know, Bubba, Taz, and Dreamer, and that's because I don't really remember Shane being there that much, but for the time when Shane was there, he would have also been, you know, him and Paul would have been tight. Like, it wouldn't have been like a boss and talent situation. It would have been them. I mean, Shane, he's a promoter as well. I don't know what all he's done back then, but back then he was already a veteran when I was, you know, 5-6 years in the business, starting out. He knew a lot. I was so green that looking at what was going around, I would have had a different take on it, a different perspective. I wasn't as worldly. Shane was. He and Paul, their business dealings, you know, their arrangements, promises that were made and not kept. I have no doubt that there was plenty of that even before ECW formed, when it was the Tri-State Wrestling or whatever. It was
Eastern Championship.
So
Wrestling.
Shane was around, you know, and I think instrumental, if I'm not mistaken, back then. And
When I spent a whole year in England, that was my first full-time wrestling job. So going back there for me was, you know, going back down memory lane. But going back over there as a WWE performer elevated how I was looked at by the English people. And so I remember when we landed, and I remember Rock walking out into baggage claim, and Austin walking out into baggage claim. And as I'm walking down the hall, I could just hear the eruption out in baggage claim, even though I couldn't see what was out there yet. And as I came around the corner, you know, Triple H was walking out there. And as soon as I turned the corner, I could see, I mean, the baggage claim was completely packed with fans. And they had security barriers all the way up trying to keep people back, because we hadn't been to England in a long time at that point. And of course, wrestling was exploding. So that combination, I mean, I've never seen, that was the first time I've ever seen an airport completely filled with fans just to see the superstars. And I mean, filled to capacity in baggage claim, where they couldn't even let any more people into baggage claim, you know, from the outside. And to me, that was a rush.
On the actual plane, though, on the flight, is it debauchery ensues?
Nah, not really. Guys were, a lot of them were sleeping. Generally, you'll see a lot of ribbing and stuff on the way back when the tour is over. Oh. But when we're going over, generally people are just trying to get their rest and trying to get geared up for the, you know, you talk about certain things, and but generally everybody's pretty laid back on the way over.
Flair mustn't have been on that trip.
Absolutely not. That would have changed the entire storyline.
Well, he could have had the robe. You could have done the towel. You could have.
Absolutely.
Competing in front of foreign crowds. Is it different in England than it is here?
No, I think the British people are a lot like the American people. I mean, they view wrestling in the same way. They're they're huge fans of professional wrestling, and it really shows when you get into the arena, the same way it does here in America.
When you have off time and you're overseas, are you going out? Are you sightseeing? Are you drinking in Europe or Asia, Africa, wherever you are?
I tend to go out a lot and view the sights, and then at that point in time, I was still partying hard. So during the nighttime, I'd find the best nightclubs and hit those nightclubs with Test and A-Train, and yeah. So it was kind of us three would go out to the nightclubs afterwards. And Test wasn't too much of a sightseeing guy, whereas A-Train and I were. And so A-Train and I would spend the day out sightseeing, and then of course do the show. And then after the show, we'd go hit the nightclubs. So.
I don't know. It seems like I heard it on the radio when I was home, but I think that was that doesn't even make sense.
Owen's fall was, of course, a drastic height, and because of a stunt that they were performing. But is there any connection to the things that you guys are doing nightly off of heights? New Jack's going off the railing and stuff. Is this a cautionary tale at all for you guys with risks you're taking?
It could be. I mean, my first thought when it happened was that what they were doing was so far away from wrestling.
Right.
It made me feel a little defensive about what we were doing in wrestling, because we're not coming down repelling from a cable or but it's entertainment, and there's a lot of aspects to it. And now I think I look at it with if you're not getting wiser when you're aging, you're not doing it right. Everything that I see and think about now, I think about as today's RVD, so it's a little different than before, a little more educated. I felt like at the time, I also was anti going to WWE, because we all wanted to see ECW take off. We wanted ECW to be the place where we could stay and represent the art the way we believe in it, but make enough money to not have to go anywhere else. Right. Get ECW up on that big level, on that scale where we'd all be taken care of. That's what we wanted. I looked at WWE as a sellout. Like, I didn't want to go there because that was the Disney version of wrestling. When I watched it and I'd see them like tap each other in the back with a chair, I was like, oh my God, we're working so hard. Because we never got asked, you guys really hit each other? Because we beat the shit out of each other. People would see Balls Mahoney would wrap that chair around our head, bam. There was never any question, and we all had pride in that. So I remember feeling like doing a stunt where you have a wrestler, latched in, and you have a cable, and you're gonna have him repel or anything like that. I remember looking at that as being unnecessary, not part of wrestling, and I remember assimilating it with my anti high production WWE version of wrestling. I remember thinking
it's another world.
Yeah, but having said that, anything could go wrong with any stunt. When I in Buffalo, I'm standing on the top rope and about to dive out into the third or fourth row onto Bam Bam Bigelow, and in my mind I'm thinking now, the rope there's a cable and then there's a hard plastic covering to it, and if the plastic covering isn't secured in the corner, it'll slide. Yeah. And I just kept thinking, if I go to jump and that thing slides under my feet and takes my momentum, I was trying to do a helo, so I was already going to try to put ass over head. And I just thought, if I land just on that guardrail, upside down on my back, that could be it for me. I mean, that just, right there, it could happen so easily that there's an excitement to it. That's why they call it a risk. And that's why it excites the crowd, that's why it takes a bit of a daredevil. And that was within the realms of wrestling. I wasn't dropping down from the ceiling, but stuff like that, it could happen. Sabu and I both jumped and put Bam Bam through a table one time, and the table broke in an awkward way, and the jagged piece of the table ripped through my eyelid and hit my nose and left the skin of my eyelid hanging. And you know, before that happens, you don't realize what all could happen.
Right.
Could have went through my throat.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows what could happen? But it's a very dangerous job, and when they try to take it to outside of wrestling, Hollywood like stunts, you know, okay, now it's wrestling, but let's have a limousine like crash into a semi truck in the garage. You gotta expect there's room for something to get fucked up there.
Where did you stand with blading?
Never a big fan. I never liked the guys that I was working to blade. I was always a firm believer in what we call hard way. I've had lots of bloody matches, and until I got to WWE in 2001, they were all hard way.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And since then, there's been 2 times when I 2 times I
Two
didn't.
times in your career?
2 times in my career.
Wow.
I wasn't excited about either one of them. They were that shot
Where
was
were
called.
they? Who asked you to do it?
It was WWE. One time I was wrestling The Undertaker, where I beat him for the WWE belt, and then I think Bischoff comes down and says we're going to continue the match and reverse the decision. And I lost or whatever, but I was like a bloody pulp, and I asked the ref to hold the blade. Guys put it in their mouth and in their wrists. Like, I didn't want nothing to do with that. And it's not something that I ever thought was necessary. Now, my feelings on it have always been, besides the fact that, you know, it's dangerous. There's all kinds of diseases, especially if you know the boys and you saw who they were with last night.
Were you wear that in the 90s in ECW
Yes.
too? Okay.
We used to tear into Balls Mahoney, because that guy would bleed every single night. We'd say, knock it off, stop it. I mean, you're doing these things at night. And my wife one time, you know, was like, hey, you know, I don't, you know, we're married. I don't want, you know, you could catch AIDS or something. You know, we don't want, you know, bam, 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 bam. Sure enough, though, you know, that night, you know, bam, hit him with the Van Damme. There, look over, motherfucker, look at him.
Is he doing this on his own without
Yeah.
Paulie's prompting?
Oh, you don't. Yeah, when the absolutely the boy. Yeah, there's yes, and yes, and my view on that at the time was that a lot of the wrestlers do that to make up for having skills in the ring. So instead, and I looked at I looked at the trash cans and weapons the same way at that time. I looked at, hey, you know, we're fundamentally compatible wrestlers. I can wrestle this style, throw in some extreme moves, drop kick you with a chair, but I can go to Japan and wrestle with the best wrestlers there. Right. That's how you want to be. If you can't do it, you make up for it by bleeding all over the place or by bringing in a kitchen sink or whatever. That's how I looked at it back then. Totally.
Is that what New Jack took offense to? I'm vaguely remembering he took offense to something you said. Were you critical of guys that had to rely on were you vocal about that?
Yeah, not so much back then, but I did an interview since leaving there, and I said something critical of him, and I'm not exactly sure what it was. Somebody asked me something, and I was stating that I didn't respect him as a wrestler, you know, I didn't think he knew how to do a headlock, and of course he took offense to that, and I'm not one to want to spread negative energy out about people, and that's something that that as I grow, I've become more spiritually aware, you know, that I don't. But it was something along those.
You were going to be the next match in the ring.
That was the next match.
You were then. Right, when this happens, you're about to go in. Take me there.
There I was behind gorilla position, and I was warming up. I'm doing my Hindu squats and my push-ups and just trying to get loose and limber. And across from me was Bruce Pritchard, and I remember Bruce Pritchard jumped up and started yelling, EMTs, EMTs, someone just fell from the rafters, not knowing who it was at the point. I went, what? Who the heck's climbing up in the rafters? And so the EMTs come down, and then it was probably, I'm going to guess, maybe a minute later, they're saying, it's Owen, it's Owen, it's Owen. All at the gorilla table there. And so I was like, what? Owen just fell from the rafters? What the heck? And so at the time, Jeff was further on backstage doing a pre-tape that was going to air right before we go out. So I remember Jeff didn't know exactly what had happened. When he found out that it was Owen Hart that fell, he was thinking, oh, he just fell. Maybe he just, I don't know, maybe tweaked something, or he can't stand up or something or whatever. He didn't really think anything bad was happening yet. At that same time, I remember the gurney coming back through the curtain right past me, and the guys on top of the gurney, as 4 other guys are pushing him, and the guys doing the heart compressions. And I remember Owen's eyes were wide open, and I could tell as soon as he went by, there was nobody home. It was the weirdest feeling ever. Like I saw his eyes, and I was like, oh, and I looked at him. I was about to say, Owen. And as soon as he went by, I could see in his eyes, they were just wide open, and you could just tell, looking into his eyes, that he wasn't there. And so I kind of freaked out a little bit, and then of course there's my music playing, and I go walking down, and I look up from the middle of the ring to see how high that was, and I was like, yeah, there's no way you survived that. It was so high. And so at that point in time, I had to sit there and start taking deep breaths while Jeff Jarrett was walking down to the ring, who still didn't know exactly what had happened to Owen, because he hadn't seen him yet. And, he was busy doing the pre-tapes when it happened. And I remember he got into the ring, and we went into the match, and, it was still, it was hard to work that match, because I just kept thinking about how high that was up there, and seeing Owen's eyes. I couldn't get that out of my head. And then when we got backstage, that's when we found out that he had passed away. And I remember Jeff he broke down. He literally just broke right down.
Were you told, was there any doubt before you go to the ring that you'd be going out to work? Are you told by anyone, let's get back into the show here,
No, I was, when I saw him go by, it wasn't like everyone else in the company saw him go by. I mean, he was covered by medics with a guy on top of him, and as soon as I saw him go by, I was pretty much the only one at that point in time that knew he was gone.
Okay.
And then I heard my music playing. I went out to the ring, and at that point I was so lost, that it was a difficult time. It was a difficult match to work, and Jeff actually, he took his time out there, and it made it a lot easier for me to work out there. Thank God Jeff didn't know that he had passed on at that point,
Right.
As far as the match going on and some of the Hearts saying that they should have stopped the show, I mean, we got to think of it from Owen's perspective. Would Owen have said, hey, stop the show? I think Owen would have said, keep going. That's my personal opinion.
Give me some memories of Owen, a little tribute to him here. Everyone's got fond ribbing stories, if nothing else.
Oh, yeah.
But he's universally, anyone I've ever spoken to, regarded as a great guy.
Oh, he was awesome. Owen was one of the best guys in the locker room. He was always funny. He was always ribbing, and good ribs too. They weren't nasty ribs like some guys would pull. But there was one time we flew into St. Louis early in the morning, and so we were going to stay at the Marriott right across the street. And our plan was, because we had to get up really early to catch this early morning flight there, I was going to get into Marriott, check in, get some sleep, wake up around noon, go to the gym, and then hit the arena. And when I walked into the lobby of the Marriott, it's packed with fans, and there's a lineup of the boys waiting to check in. So I'm waiting in line, and kids are coming up to me saying, hey, can you sign this? I said, yeah, I'll sign that, I'll sign this, while I'm waiting in line. And this one guy with long, dark, greasy hair comes up to me with a stack of Val Venus pictures about that big and says, hey, brother, can you sign these for me? And I said, I'm not signing those pictures for you. I mean, obviously he's got a stack of them. He wants to sell them, right? And so I keep signing for these kids, and I don't know what happened to the guy. He walked away. And finally I get up to the front, I check in, I go up to my room, and just as I'm starting to fall asleep, I just feel myself starting to fall asleep, and bring, the phone rings. So I pick up the phone. And I go, hello. And there's a voice on the other end that says, hey man, you promised me you'd come down and sign these stack of pictures. You better come down here and sign and keep your promises. And I went, whoa, what? I said, I didn't promise you anything. I said, I'm not signing your damn pictures. And I said, I don't appreciate you calling my room. Boom, hung up the phone. Just as I go to lay back down in bed, bring, it rings again. So I pick up the phone, And just as I put it to my ear, he goes, "I'm a big man, you won't get by me, you better come down here and sign these pictures." So I go, "Stay right there." And I go, bam, and I throw my clothes back on. I didn't even wait for the elevator. I just went down the stairs as fast as I could. And I ran to the lobby, and at this point, the lobby's completely emptied. All the boys are checked in, the fans are gone. And the bar is there, but the bar's closed. But there's 2 stools from the bar that both Jeff Jarrett and Owen Hart are sitting on. And I come running down, and I'm looking for the guy with the long, greasy, scraggly hair. And I'm looking around, and I said, "Hey, Jeff, Owen, did you guys see a guy with long, scraggly, dark hair with a stack of pictures?" He goes, "I saw a guy with greasy, long hair run out the front door." So I'm running out the front door, and I'm looking for this guy. I can't find him anywhere. So anyways, it took me about an hour and a half to get back to sleep after that. I go back out to the room, I'm trying to sleep. I'm just so amped up now. And finally, I fall asleep. 6 months later, Edge and I are in Canada doing Off the Record with Michael Landsberg. And right before we're about to go on, Edge turns to me and goes, "Hey, Val, you remember at St. Louis Airport when you wanted to kill that guy that wanted you to sign those stack of pictures?" I went, "Yeah." He goes, "That was Owen." I guess Owen had texted him, "Hey, tell him now."
Unbelievable.
Right before I was going to tape. And I was just like, now we're just getting ready to go on air, and I'm seething. I'm like,
He threw on a wig. Owen threw on a wig, obviously, right?
No. He pretended to be the guy on the phone.
Oh, the guy was real when he first ran into you, but Owen just kept calling you, saying he was that guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Owen was behind me when I was checking in, and Owen was behind me when I said no to this guy. Yeah.
All right. That was Owen, right?
That was Owen. Always ribbon.
Everyone gets to the arena that night, and what is the atmosphere like?
It was slow. It just seemed very slow to me. It seemed like the day just dragged on. Everybody was, it was very quiet backstage. I think people were mourning, and it was the first time I've seen an entire family of professional wrestlers so quiet. And it was a dismal atmosphere. It was everybody was mourning, and it was still. I mean, I think everybody was still in shock.
Do you? Does anyone call Brett and talk to Brett?
I'm sure some people did. I don't know who exactly did at that point, but yeah, I'm sure some people certainly did.
And you were obviously out there for the 10 bell
Yes.
salute, which was majorly emotional.
Yes.
And fans too, probably, right? As you looked around and
Oh,
saw.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I think the entire arena, fans, the talent, the office, we're still in a state of shock.
Was there a hesitancy working that night also? Was it any easier than the night before? Because
Absolutely. There was no hesitancy whatsoever. I mean, it was, we were going out there to perform for Owen and in memory of Owen. And so I remember we were told that, hey, if you guys want to work, sign the sheet. If you don't want to work, you don't have to work.
Oh, really?
And so I went there and signed my name. I wanted to work.
Who did that? Who handed out the sheet? That I guess obviously.
It was just a list so that they would know, okay, here's all the guys that want to do a match tonight, so let's make matches.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It was just something the office wanted to do. It didn't advance any storylines or anything like that. It was just in memory of Owen.
Understood. Now, Austin and Owen had a problem, and Austin, I think it's kind of public knowledge, had never reconciled with Owen, and maybe had still been harboring a grudge at that point. Is his reaction any different? Is he regretting anything? Does he speak about that at all?
I've never heard him speak about it.
Okay.
I've never heard him speak about it. I'm sure it weighed on him. I'm sure it definitely weighed on him. But, I mean, that's part of life. I mean, it's just, he didn't know that Owen was going to pass on. He had no clue. No one did.
Lines.
Okay.
This is when at the peak of when I don't respect these guys that I think can't wrestle and are out there doing what we refer to as garbage wrestling. These are, to me, what some of these guys would do was what's the difference between that and backyard wrestling, except for the fact that these guys are actually on TV. You know, that's how I looked at it. And that night was. I felt like I was introduced to it, like in a way that I hadn't been before. I didn't even know these guys. I still was fairly new. We weren't wrestling that often before this point in time, so it wasn't like we were around each other 5 days a week. Like I said, we started out, I might go do a shot or two. I might not be back for a couple weeks. Might do another shot. So my point is, I didn't know New Jack. And that night at the Greyhound dog track, I'm backstage. So later on, I saw the video. I seen the kid, you know, with the blood and his dad screaming at him and stuff. There, that night I didn't see it. I'm in the back, and I just feel all this commotion going on. You know, everyone's like running around. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Like, you know, something happened. I don't even know what. And New Jack comes back, and he's screaming, "Good! I hope he do fucking die. I hope he fucking die!" And he's screaming that, and then Paul's chasing, and he's going through, and Paul's chasing after him, trying to get him to go out the back door. I didn't know what was going on, but that was one of my first times to form an opinion on New Jack, which wasn't a good one. And I didn't know what had happened, you know. And later on, when I did find out what happened, it didn't really necessarily explain to me, you know, why those things are being said or whatever. But, you know, everybody reacts how they want to react. It's all about image. Everyone does whatever to project the image that they want people to see them as. And, you know, instead of trying to get in someone else's head and figure out why they do what they do, it's better to just take it at face value.
But having said that, do you think he was guilty of a crime? Or because it's in a wrestling ring, are there allowances we should make?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, what goes on in that ring is anything goes on in the ring, and it's brutal. I don't see how you could single out that one action and say it's a crime. Yeah. Especially because if the kid was underage, which it came out later on, he might have been. Yes. I'm sure nobody knew that, or he wouldn't have been in the ring, you know, and whose fault is that?
I believe he used a fake ID. Am I wrong?
But you know, it's
if
so
an ID was even checked.
It was so impactful. I mean, that was so many years ago, and Eric Koulis is like fresh on my brain. I'll remember that kid's name probably forever.
Do you think she was really asked to go topless on USA Network?
No, I don't. I was taken back by that lawsuit by Sable. I never, because like I said, I always liked Sable. I always thought she was a decent human being. But any time, and me being a libertarian as well, I'm against frivolous lawsuits completely. And to me, that was an absolute frivolous lawsuit. You know, it was almost embarrassing to me as a performer, and it was something that I was disappointed in Sable for that.
The company's reaction? Did anyone speak about it backstage?
They never spoke too much about the lawsuit itself. I remember we had a talent meeting, and after the lawsuit was dismissed and thrown out, Vince said he couldn't talk about the details of the lawsuit, but let this be my word to all the talent. And he just smiled, and it was funny. Everybody popped.
Nice kid, and then and you know, he was a good worker, you know, good wrestler. Sometimes they just say it's a good worker. It seems to imply that they're limited to just being basic, which, you know, I think his gimmick was basic, as far as, you know, hey, he's an Anderson. and he does, you know, kind of old school kind of wrestling, I thought, watching him. I mean, he's not doing, you know, tables and chairs and weapons. He's not flying. He's doing the spine buster and stuff, you know. So I thought, but that's what that gimmick was. So I thought, you know, for what ECW was, sometimes they bite off other people's shit, you know, like the BWO biting off of NWO. There was kind of a place for that. Okay. I like CW, but I never really looked at him or his character as being like a really strong part of ECW. That's not how I saw it.
Do you have a problem losing to China?
No, absolutely not. You know, China and I were good friends at the time, and you know, she was a heck of an athlete. She was wide open to learning everything she could about wrestling at that point in time, and you know, to me, it was something different. It was something that I don't think has ever been performed in professional wrestling to the degree that we performed it at, where I'd actually go out there and have a match with her. It wouldn't be me just, you know, beating her up and her pulling my hair. It was actually her having to wrestle with me, you know. And I think we put on a real good match.
Are there objections from anybody in the locker room? I'm
sure there were some guys that are still of that mindset at that point in time where, you know, no, guys should be losing to women and blah 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 blah. But if it's done right, and I think that's what some of those guys would forget. If it's done right, it can be not only entertaining, it can make sense as well.
Vince has booked himself now to defeat Ken Shamrock. Is he living out some kind of tough guy fantasy?
I don't think so. I think Vince is more about shocking the fans, entertaining the fans. I think there was more shock than anything else at that time period. And I think him going in to work with Ken Shamrock and defeating Ken Shamrock, I think was done tastefully. I think it was done in a way that was entertaining, and it made the fans want more. And so I think that whole storyline was a lot of fun to watch. See, to me, it's hard for me to say it's a frivolous lawsuit because, I mean, it was Owen, and Owen was just a phenomenal human being through and through. But the bottom line is, I mean, we're all human beings. We all live on this earth. No one wanted Owen to fall from the rafters. And I think, you know, accidents happen. Accidents happen every day. Construction people building high-rises. They fall to their death every day. It happens. Could somebody be held responsible? It's tough to say. If the harness broke, I can't remember exactly what happened with the harness. If it was a release problem or what happened. If it was a faulty harness, yeah, I think the company that makes that harness should be held responsible. But just to blanketly sue anybody that had any connection to Owen at that point in time, I think that's frivolous. And I think that's just there to, you know, enhance the lawyer's wallet.
Was this lawsuit mentioned and discussed with you guys by Vince or
no
Patterson or anyone?
No, it was the lawsuit was completely on the office side and dealt with through the lawyers.
Illinois was good, and it was a growing crowd. That was like, I remember every time we kept coming back to Chicago, which was our record town at the time, it kept growing and growing. There was Chicago, and then there was also Pittsburgh, because Shane Douglas had been booking and promoting the Beaver Dome, and that ended up being our record-breaking crowd. But in Chicago, we went there one time. It was like the first time we ever had 4,000 people, you know, and then we beat that next time. So that was like one of our big towns, and it was like one of the hot cities west of the East Coast to hit. So that's what I remember about it.
Did the women generally mind being TNA? I know they
The
wanted to be
abuse they
taken
got.
seriously. Well, and everyone we've talked to said that they wanted to take a pile driver in a heartbeat. But when it came to this kind of stuff, go be the TNA for the night, did they mind that?
I can't speak for them, you know, but I assume, and I have a pretty good feeling that they know what they're getting into, you know. It is a man's business. Overall, if you're, it used to be like, maybe you got like a slot for like one ladies match on the card,
Right.
maybe, and then there's a couple ladies that are traveling with a bunch of wrestlers. They know it's a man's world. The wrestling world. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying, you know, it is a man's world. It is a man's world. Thank you very much. But
that's changing too.
but you know, so I think they totally know. And with ECW, on top of the physicality, they know, because they've seen other women getting abused by the fans. They know when they go out there, the crowd's gonna say, you know, she's got herpes, or she's a crack whore. That was, to me, that was gold. Like, I enjoyed that. I was so entertained. The crowd was the best with all of us. You know, they put the pressure and the standards on me, by the way, because the worst thing in the world for me would be to jump up there in a single bound for the frog splash and my foot slip up and then get, you fucked up. You fucked up. As a performer, the perfectionist inside of me, just, you know, use that as the gauge. Like, you don't want that. You do not want to hear that. It's, you know, if you know you did, something happens in the match, and you know it's fucked. You know you fucked up, and oh no, here it comes. I just want to bury my face in the mat, like, oh no.
You wouldn't have gotten a break a
put me
little
back in bed. Well, the thing is, you eventually learn not to fuck up, and then you become a perfectionist, and then it's like, so if something is, when you look at your risk, okay, if there's 90% risk, then you might fuck it up, but there's a small chance you might make it. Throw that out. I used to run and jump up to the top rope in the middle, not in the corner, in the middle, and then that springboard off of there, for instance. After slipping once or twice, you know, I'm like, I don't need that. You know, let someone else do that. It's not worth the chance I might slip. But back to the girls.
Yes.
They that was their position in ECW, and maybe even in the Northeast. I don't know the way the people are out there, but they were there for some abuse, for sure.
Who's the biggest exhibitionist who was the most reluctant to be scantily clad in a bikini contest?
Well,
Remember any of them being ready to always go out there, take their clothes
Kimona
off?
Wanalea.
Because
I mean, and she was a stripper.
right.
You know, and had an incredible body, right? And yeah, I mean, as everyone knows, when we needed a little bit of time to kill when the ring was being fixed, you know, it was like, throw Kimona up there and have her do a striptease, entertain the crowd, you know. So she was definitely ready to go. I don't remember anybody being like a prude, and I can't imagine that they could be.
Right.
You know, there's might be some women that we don't necessarily want to see take their clothes off. Maybe.
Did we ever find out who was raising the briefcase?
I never found out who was raising the briefcase, so yeah, I don't know how that happened. Some things are just never, either never thought out, or they just leave it up to the imagination.
Checks are definitely bouncing at this point.
Right. They need the infusion of cash from TNN. But it's very one-sided in TNN's favor, but yet I guess it keeps the doors open. Did you guys see this as a risk at all, to allowing insiders to buy in like this, or are you just happy to get the TV exposure?
At this time, we are so ready for Paul to make a deal. Like, most of us, probably all of us, are considering leaving because of the financial situation. We're not getting paid what we're supposed to be getting paid, but we believe in it, we have faith, but it's just so being tested because we've had faith for so long, and Paul's been telling us for so long that he's this close to making a deal that's gonna change all of our lives. So we hang in there, and every week we hang in there, especially the guys that weren't getting any money. I mean, their families are kicking them in the ass, go do something else. But we really wanted this to work. Mm-hmm. We wanted it more than anything. So we didn't want to go anywhere else. And for me, I think I was being taken care of better than everyone else. Like, I was getting a regular fee for my wrestling. I just had other monies that weren't coming in. That was a building amount of debt that we talked about. Mm-hmm. So we needed for Paul's words to be true. And he would tell us every week, I had a very important meeting with USA. They're this close to signing a deal. I have a phone call conference with Barry Dillard tonight, and we were just, and then for a while there it was like, it could be USA, or it could be
You're buying it? You're buying
all of it, because we wanted it to be so true. We wanted it to be so true. We're just like, oh my God, he's close. We're gonna get a phone call tonight, and it's gonna change everything. And then the talent, we don't know any of the details about what TNN owns of ECW. Right. We don't know any of that. We just know that we have a network that's going to put us on, and it's going to change our lives. You're going to see our faces on the sides of buses. There's going to be billboards in the cities. People are going to be tuned in. They're going to be showing ECW commercials during other channels and stuff. None of it ever happened.
Right.
But that's what we thought was going to happen, so we were so excited when we finally got that deal with the Nashville Network, as it was called.
I think there was excitement at first, but I think a lot of guys that held onto the stock, that excitement turned to misery for a certain period of time. I think it's opened at $17 or something like that. The first day went up to like 34, 35, and then I believe it dropped all the way down to like $9 after that, and it took a long time to come back up to the $17 range. So I think a lot of guys, when they saw it rising up to 34, they were holding on to them, and then of course the next day they come and it's down to 9, and they're like, oh, what just happened here? So yeah, it was frustrating at first.
Is there a big meeting where you call together and Vince announces that the company's going public, or how is it broken to you guys?
There was. I do remember the talent being told that they're going to go public and that we'd be able to buy IPOs, but I don't remember the exact contents of the meeting. It's vague.
So that's how the stock was distributed. You were able to buy as many shares as you wanted at that discounted IPO price?
Yes.
How'd you do with it?
I broke even.
Did you? How long did it take to get to the break even?
It took a few years. It took a few years. Now, from what I understand, Bradshaw, he sold right at 34. It's that same day that I went up to 34, he dropped them. And so I blame it on Bradshaw for selling so many shares that drove the price down.
But that's ballsy, though, to find out that, because it's, in a way, it's a vote of faith against the company, right? To drop stock?
Bradshaw knows the stock market. He's been studying the stock market for years and years and years. That's one thing he's very good at. And, he knew what he was doing.
Then. Gimmick.
But necessary to draw for you guys?
Did it draw or was it necessary?
Was it necessary for you
Oh.
guys to do? You guys had drawn crowds based on what you did. Did you need to go outside of your wheelhouse to do something?
I think any time, and I've never been in charge, you know, of putting together storylines and stuff, but anytime you make those choices of the story arcs that the wrestlers are going to go through, I think at any time you could say none of it's necessary, but it's all something, it's a choice that you make, that you know, you're trying to utilize what you got to entertain the crowd, to make good business, and that was where this angle went. I know Fonzie loved it. Fonzie was real excited to call himself a wrestler. He said, you know, he had a match with Beulah one time. He was excited about that too. He loves, yeah, but he loves having that to add into his resume. You know, like he's a manager, but also he was a referee and sometimes a wrestler too. You know, that's right, Daddy.
Were you around Bubba the Love Sponge much?
Back in that time, no. A little more so when I got to TNA and he was there.
You mentioned Fonzie, so why don't you talk about Fonzie? Give a tribute to him here. How was it having him as your manager? And
So Fonzie was with Taz before Paul, I guess, had him leave him and then come to me, which could have also been some more heat. Taz, who knows if Taz liked that or not? Maybe it was another reason for Taz to resent
Losing Fonzie,
everything.
right?
Maybe,
Like the girlfriend.
maybe. But looking back at it, Paul probably thought that I needed to have a mouthpiece because I didn't talk back then, and he wouldn't be wrong if that was the reason. Which I think that's probably the whole reason the Fonzie was there. I mean, I had some moves, but I didn't want to go anywhere near a promo camera. I was scared to death of it. They used to do promos at like 2 or 3 in the morning till like 5 in the morning. So after the shows, everyone's waiting around to get paid, and that takes till at least 1. It's like the money for Paul that Paul has to pay the talent is somehow gaining interest by the second in his pocket, and he just waits and waits and waits, and eventually the boys start dying off. You know, they say, I can't wait any longer, fuck it, and they leave, and he wants that. Then now he only has to pay half the boys. This is what he would do every single week, and when times were bad, he didn't mind, you know, lying straight to you. I was a victim sometimes where I'd be like, Paul, what do you mean you ran out of checks? Write me a fucking check. He'd be like, I don't have any more. They use them all. I go, come on. He go, what difference does it make if I give you a check right now or it's waiting for you when you get home? I'll drop it in FedEx tomorrow. I'll overnight it. I'm like, oh, come on, Paul. You know you're not gonna do it. And then the you know, next week I'll be, what? I didn't get the check. He'd be like, well, it was a holiday. They weren't, you know. He didn't mind doing that, but I always, you know, he'd give me 2 checks next time or whatever. But then, you know, you wanted to be one of the first people to get paid because he'd run out of checks every time. For some reason, he did not know how many people he had to pay, and he would only bring 10 checks every time.
Why can everyone talk about these stories?
It's hilarious.
But frame him as the lovable shyster,
That's true.
as opposed to guys that got hung out of windows for doing that shit. What about Paul made him kind of that, you know, the teddy bear that was always doing that?
Well, first off, everybody in this business is a character. So you start taking people for what they are. You know, you're not going to change this person. You're not going to change them. You know, like them or hate them, this dude's a character, that dude's a character. Some of them are definitely characters that your mom would not want you to associate yourself with. But because it's the wrestling business, there you are with this dude that's covered in tattoos with a big mohawk, and maybe he spent time in prison, maybe he didn't, whatever. It's all about finding that common ground. And with someone like Paul, that's what you have to do, is find a common ground so you can relate when you're talking about the vision of your place in the company, where ECW is going to go. But you always knew you were going to be getting screwed, and you always knew he was going to lie to you when he was talking to you, and you just accepted that. Yeah. So, but back to the promos. After all the pay, and he's paid everybody, he's ran out of checks. checks, everyone's bitched, they've all left, and the people who haven't left are still there, falling asleep. That's when they would do promos. And I would, every time he would say, just stop by the promo room, just see what we do. I'm not gonna put you on camera. So eventually I finally stopped by and watched one time, and then he would be like, hey Rob, why don't we just try one? Oh, I'd be out the door. I slowly got into that, and Fonzie was definitely a mouthpiece for me before I learned how to just take over. I got this, Fonzie, step aside. The people want to hear from me, Rob Van Dam. So quit spitting on the camera and spitting on me. Go get Sabu something. All right, so I'm coming to Buffalo, New York. Me. The whole, it was, after a while, I just like soaked it up. But at first, I was, I did not want anything to do with the promo. It was like, it was the part of the business that I just, if it was up to me, I would have stayed away from. And I just want to be in the ring. And throughout my whole career, even right now, the storylines and stuff are stuff that I really am like, I just want to get in the ring and show off. Fonzie became one of my better friends in the business. I still call him and check in on him, make sure he's doing good. And outside of the locker room, he was a manager as well. Like, he took that role to heart, and he would, Van Dam, I made sure we got you the best suite in the hotel. I made sure we got you fresh towels, and we got some coffee over here. And he would like run around, and he totally like took it to heart. Like, that was in and out of the ring character for him, for me and Sabu. He looked out for it. He's a great guy. I do not remember what the royalty agreement was with the action figures. It was something that we looked forward to for exposure, for getting into a whole new market, and brand exposure, brand recognition for ECW, big time. But yeah, we thought that we were getting paid royalties off of our intellectual properties. We did not, and I don't remember. I may have the contract. I have a lot of contracts. I have my WCW contract from '92. I never handed it in.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you still have an action figure of yourself?
I have 80 action figures of myself. I'm sure it's the largest RVD action figure collection that exists anywhere, but I have every figure.
So you have this one, the first ECW?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Boxes of them from San Francisco Toy Company.
Why wasn't Taz's shorter than the other figures?
That's
Did he have a role in designing the figures?
I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I liked Spike and I liked Balls on a personal level. And I think the fans did too, because their personality comes out. Neither one of them is a really far-fetched character from the person. Although with Spike, they nerd him up a little bit, or they did, to get in the ring and stuff. But I think their real personalities come out. I think people like them and want to see them succeed. And I think that's what they had going for them. First off, Jazz should be one that we never saw take her clothes off, by the way. She seemed to stand out as being a lady wrestler that wasn't there just to be TNA. You know what I mean? Okay. She could get down with the boys and she could wrestle as good as the guys. I've always been a fan of her wrestling. I personally have always hated when I've had to wrestle with a female. But it is part of the industry. It's something that fans want to see sometimes. So sometimes it comes to that, and it's actually something even in what we call amateur or collegiate style wrestling is happening more and more now. I met a girl the other day who told me that I inspired her. She was a big fan of mine, and then she became a wrestler in school, and she said she was the only female wrestler. So So she stood out, and I said, okay, and you're wrestling guys, right? And so instantly I'm just thinking, like, you know, if I was, I don't know if, you know, I can't imagine like really going at it with a girl and not being afraid you'd hurt her, you know, using the same amount of energy and force that you would with a guy, you know. But right away she told me that some of the matches the guys would just sacrifice because they didn't want to wrestle her. Other guys she would be, but anyway, it's part of real life, and that may be on the rise. I don't know.
But it'll work. Would you have jobbed to Francine?
No, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But at a certain point in my career, you know, it's unrealistic to think that there's no way in hell somebody couldn't have talked me into it. They have ways. They have ways of making you do things that you'd never do.
And he's recommended to Paul by who?
I recommended that we bring Ben Peacock in. I wrestled with him many times in All Japan and had some great matches with him. And I was always have been, you know, trying to hook my friends up whenever possible. That's what everybody does, you know, try to, you know, if I could, I'd get Sabu in WWE in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? That's not. I don't have that power, but you try. You drop the name as often as you can. You know where you find it important. And we at that time were looking for people to bring in, outsiders to bring in. You know, as I mentioned when I was defending the television championship, I needed to have different opponents because every TV taping, you know, was an opportunity for another TV title match. Mm-hmm. So that was a big part of that. Ben Peacock was one of the guys that I went to Paul and said, hey, what do you think about Ben? You know, could we bring him in? He'd get over here. People would like him. And so we did.
Did you ever know if there was any heat with Jim Harris over the Kamala game?
I don't know. I from what I remember understanding, they used to tag in Japan, and so there wouldn't have been any heat. And Ben Peacock was called at the time Kamala the Second, mm-hmm. and then afterwards they just changed it to Kamara, which is, of course, the Japanese pronunciation of Kamala.
Kamala, wow.
Kamara.
Did you know Chris, fellow Canadian, right?
Yes, I didn't know him real well at that point in time. I did run into him on the road a few times beforehand. The time before he came to WWE was when I was brought into WCW from Mexico City just to do 2 dark matches. One on whatever it was, their Sunday night taping, I guess they had down in Atlanta, and then Monday Night Nitro on a dark match.
Mm-hmm. What was the locker room reception for him? And a lot of people must have known him.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, he came in, and I knew he wanted to be there anyway. I mean, when I was doing that dark match with WCW, you could just feel the tension in the air in the back locker room. It was so cliquey that there were so many different cliques jockeying for position down in WCW, and you could just feel the tension. You could cut it with a knife. And, you know, I remember Jericho coming up to me and saying, at that point in time when I was doing the dark match with WCW, I had already had a WWE tryout lined up for Des Moines, Iowa, 6 weeks after the fact. And so Jericho knew that, and Jericho came up to me and he says, man, listen, if you got that tryout with WWE, go there. Don't come here.
Wow.
And so, yeah, at that point in time, I knew he wanted to go to WWE.
What was the environment? If that was the environment in WCW, what was the WWE environment like when you first got there?
I loved the locker room in the WWE. You know, everybody got along. Everybody was tossing ideas around. And it was there was no tension in the air. Not to say that I didn't feel any tension like I felt in WCW, and I didn't know that many guys in WCW, but I could feel the tension between, you know, the different cliques of talent, and in WWE seemed to lack that tension.
Getting Ventura to ref now. that was a bit of a coup to have him come back to WWE, not just because of the politics, but or the political thing he was planning, but also because he and Vince had such. I think there was a lawsuit involved there too, right, over his the rights to his to use his voice. What was it? The rights to use his voice on old commentary, blah blah blah. Anyway, to you guys, is this a momentous thing or?
I didn't know much about the tension between Jesse the Ventura and Vince. I had no idea about that, actually. So I figured he was coming in to do a deal with Vince, and that was it. I had no idea they had past problems.
Oh, yeah. He tried to unionize also, which was really the reason for his departure. And then,
yeah, and that's one reason I'd be completely against him politically.
There you go. That's right.
He's a union guy, and I'm not.
Did you interact with Jesse at all?
I did a couple of times, said hi and bye, and I remember one time, I read a lot of different political books, even books I don't agree with, and I happened to be walking along with Sean Hannity's book, and I remember he grabbed it and picked my hand up, and he goes, "This guy's a dirtbag," and I was like, okay, so we agree on something, and I walked away,
How was he that night in the locker room with the other guys? Do you remember?
He seemed cool. He seemed all right. Like I said, I didn't really know Jesse too well. Just hi and bye and, idle chatter here and there.
One day world title reign here. This harkens back to what you were saying a little bit about the IC title being devalued. Is anybody saying any of this to creative? Like, God damn it, a one day reign, what are we doing here?
I think going back to that time period when, like I said earlier, when you have competition, everything's just changing day to day. I think it was to be expected. And it was something that I think a lot of the guys were very discontent with, but it was probably, I guess, necessary due to the fact that we had competition nipping at our heels. In fact, we were nipping at their heels for, I forget how many weeks in a row it was, but it was stiff competition back there. So you had to keep everything fresh, and things were moving so fast that I think it was to be expected, but it was disappointing at the same time.
Jeff Jarrett gives his newly won European title to Mark Henry. Is giving away belts ever a good thing here? We have a one-day title reign and someone giving a belt away on a pay-per-view. Just your personal, you're a student of the game?
I don't like giving a belt away. I think it's ridiculous. I don't know if there's I'm not a writer, so at least I'm not a storyline writer, so I don't know if there's a tasteful way to do it or a way that makes sense, but anytime you're just going to give a title away, I think devalues the title, absolutely.
Mark Henry, nice guy?
Mark Henry is a very nice guy. I like Mark a lot. I've had a lot of fun with him in the past. He's a funny guy. He keeps you on your toes, and I love working with him. He's a lot of fun to work. I can bounce off of him. Literally, hit him as hard as I want with a shoulder tackle, and literally bounce off him, and he won't move. And it's just incredible the power he has.
When he first came in, though, because of the powerlifting background and stuff, were people afraid to work with him?
I was never afraid to work with him, but I'm sure some people were. I heard quibblings, here and there when he first started that, I heard he's unsafe. I heard he's unsafe, but he's never hurt me. He's never hurt anyone else I knew. And he was always open to learning. And, like I said, I always had a lot of fun working with him. I had a lot of fun hanging out with him. So I'm sure there were some guys that were like, standoffish with him. Just because he's a big, big guy. And a very powerful guy at that.
Additional paycheck probably, right?
No.
Oh, really?
No additional paycheck. No, but...
you're just on a salary, and it doesn't matter how many cable networks they sign up?
No, you're not necessarily on a salary. I was being paid... I had a minimum in my contract that they had to pay me every year, which I never saw. It was always way above that. But you'd get paid on how many times you wrestle, how many nights you wrestled. So, it might have been, an extra Tuesday night would be considered an extra payday, I guess. But even if SmackDown wasn't there, you'd still be working the same dates. So,
So now we've got another couple of hours of TV to write. If we have to give belts away to stay interesting now, you've probably got to give 2 away. Is this taxing the writers at all? Is there an increased stress with all this additional television?
I'm sure there would be. I mean, you pick up a brand new network, and now the writers are expected to, be on their game, especially when you have competition nipping at their heels like that. So when they're trying to put all their efforts into Raw, now they've got to put half their efforts into another show as well, and be just as good as they are on Raw. And so, I'm pretty sure it was stressful for them.
Does this contribute, you think, to Ferrara and Russo looking to leave, which happened shortly after this?
It may have. I can't say for sure. WCW was throwing around a lot of money at that time, a lot of money. So it may have been money. It may have been the stress in WWE. I don't know.
Was your phone ringing from Atlanta?
No, at that point in time, like I said before, I signed with WWE. I had a tryout match with her, and I had gone back and forth with Terry Taylor a few times, but just being back in that locker room, I had no desire to be in that locker room.
It should be noted that this is the first return to Kemper Arena after Owen's fall. That must have been weird.
It was odd. Again, it seemed like as everybody had moved on and everybody's continuing to perform at the same levels they performed before Owen Hart passed away, all of a sudden we go back into the arena and it just brought back memories. And I remember for at least the first half of the day, people were just looking around the arena going, wow, this is where it happened.
So I didn't quite understand the pull of him at that time. I knew it was a big deal for the company and it was a big deal for the fans, and I didn't quite understand how over he was, I think, and I was kind of more like into my own thing at that time and kind of like, Raven, so what? Who cares, dude? I'm defending the TV title. Look at me. Did you see my match? And it was kind of more like that, but it was a big deal. And I remember when he left, Raven had left to go to WCW, which was something you just didn't do. We were all on the same side of the fence, like, oh yeah, we could entertain offers from WCW or WWF, but we're not doing it. We're ECW. And here he was. He went over and, had a contract for supposedly a couple $100,000, whatever, he made. We weren't making that kind of money there. And I remember, being like, so he sold out. But he'd been there longer than me. His relationship with Paul was much tighter than my relationship with Paul. Like, they knew each other on a different level. Guys that had been with Paul, that had, fought with Paul, drank with him, ate with him. When I first came in, I put all these guys on a different level. You know what I mean?
Right.
And Raven was one of those guys. And when he left and went to WCW, I mean, he had the offer. I don't know if it was something he jumped at or if it took a lot of, I have no idea. But
in your tenure there, you see a lot of, you see Sandman goes, Raven goes,
eventually we all did.
But there is that sellout factor amongst the brotherhood when one goes. It's not like, all right, got called up to the majors, good job, go get them. There's a you sold out attitude.
Well, there's different perspectives, but from the ECW dressing room, absolutely. It was like we didn't want to sell out. We didn't want to make those compromises within ourselves, within our artistic mindsets. You know what I mean? And so that told me a lot about him. Like, maybe he doesn't believe in this as much as I do, or he doesn't mind making those compromises as much, or maybe he doesn't hate the things that I hate about those other groups, or maybe it was just a good offer and he couldn't turn it down. Whatever the deal, I remember him and Sandman actually being like among the first. Mm-hmm. And then eventually, though, it was like the right thing to do for everybody. Right. I mean, it was like I left right before the last show or something, and I waited a while before I went somewhere else because I was able to. You know what I mean? Right. I wasn't, but I looked at even when I left, I didn't want to go anywhere else. If there was another option, I didn't want to. It was still selling out. When I went to WWE, I felt like I sold out. To Jerry, you know, who I knew from ECW, talked to him one of my first nights in WWE. If I can jump to 2001 just for the story.
Yeah.
To Jerry, I said, dude, the ECW was so much better, huh? Every night we could go, you know, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It doesn't matter, 200 people in the crowd, 2,000 doesn't matter. Every night you go. He goes, shorter, better. I go, what are you talking about? I got 2 minutes tonight. It's a tag match. I got fans that are paying to see me. I'm not going to be able to do like 2 kicks. He goes, shorter, better. I go, oh, man, you sold out to Jerry. I can't believe it. Took me about 2 months, and I was like, shorter, better.
One wrestler is saying that he's not going to lay down for another wrestler when asked to by the company. Always a bad practice?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you're there to perform, but you got to remember it's not your company. If you don't want to lay down for anyone, start your own company and don't lay down for anyone. But when it's someone else's company, you do as you're told, or there's the door. That's the way I feel.
So Shawn Michaels speaking out about this publicly and his being sent home, do you think that was justified by Vince?
I don't know. I mean, it's Vince's company. He can do whatever he wants. If Vince felt that was a bad move on Shawn Michaels' part and felt that he should be sent home for it, then he should be sent home for it. If Vince was of the mindset that, oh, he just spoke out bad about our company or whatever the case may be, yet it didn't really affect the company that much and Vince was just doing it to maybe appease other people in the office, maybe I think it was a bad move.
Are you aware of any of this as you're working the matches? That you're
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know about, you know, the 2.0 expectations, but obviously they're not advertising us anywhere. They would show one commercial all week, and it would air during our show. While you're watching ECW, there would be a commercial for Friday nights at 8. Tune in to watch ECW. That was the only commercial they would show. There was no billboards and sides of buses and you know, no big full 2-page spreads in the papers. Nothing. It was like a secret. It was almost like they just thought that we would bring our own fans and that would be enough or something with our internet connection, which, you know, we weren't drawing the huge numbers anyway.
How's Paul E dealing with all this? Is there visible stress? Is he voicing?
He's managing to play a lot of different faces because to us, he has to represent us. So when he's in the dressing room, he's got to imply to us that we're all on the same page. We're being screwed over. Fuck them. This is bullshit. You know, we're not going to stand for this. And then at the same time, who knows what he's telling them. He's the only one that really knows what's going on. And he would work both sides all the time. For instance, one time at that Greyhound dog track in Revere, Sabu and I were, we were together. Paul comes up to us and says, this is before the show, I'm going to have a meeting before the show. I'm going to tell everybody that it's mandatory. Everybody has to be at this meeting. You two don't have to be there. We're like, all right, well, whatever, man. We'll be in the boiler room or whatever. We took off. Now they have the meeting, and we're not there. There's no way he's going to tell them. If someone says, hey, where's Van Damme and Sabu? There's no way Paul would be like, I told them not to be. He'd be, where are they? Are they not here? That's the way Paul was, you know. And he might even done that on purpose to get us heat with them. Like, what, Sabu and Van Damme don't think they have to be here? And you say, he loved that kind of stuff. It was weird. But so during the whole TNA thing, I'm sure that he played many different sides. And you know, which eventually led. It was the same. he gave us the same song and dance that he gave that was like, fuck WWE, Vince hates us, we're in his backyard, that he wishes that we would, just disappear. And then I find out later on, he's already got a piece of us. And I suspected it at times, but not when Paul was giving us those, fuck WWE. And I was like, well, how is it we're able to use WWE talent on our shows if we're really butting heads and we got Scorpio and Crawford and Furnace and, some of the guys that they're not using, Paul's making them stars here. Really, he hates us? And, and when I did the Mr. Monday Night thing on WWE's television, Paul was like, let's just say Vince owes me a favor. So that, there's, I can't tell you how Paul felt about anything. I can only tell you the stories that he told us. So he's like, TNN promised us all this. They're not delivering. Right. We're getting fucked. They're not even paying for the production. We have to pay for the lighting and everything, and we're going further in the hole than we were before we got with them. That's what we were being.
I'm trying to remember who that was that came. I think it was Bruce Pritchard that came to me with that idea. And yeah, it was Bruce Pritchard. And that was a lot of fun doing that. I remember Show and I were laughing watching it back. It was hysterical.
You had no moral opposition to the whole porn star thing, right?
No, none whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, when I was down in Mexico City, and Vince had called me like 7 o'clock in the morning down there. And he says, Sean, we have an idea for you. I said, okay. He goes, now, we just want to make sure that you're going to feel comfortable with this character, because if you don't feel comfortable with it, it's not going to work. I said, all right, fair enough. He goes, the character's name is Val Venus, and he spelled Venus, V-E-N-I-S. I said, okay. He goes, now Val Venus was a former film star turned pro wrestler. So the first thing that pops in my head is, okay, a Jesse Ventura, Hollywood kind of guy. And I'm going, eh. And he goes, now, Val Venus was actually an adult film star turned pro wrestler. I said, yeah, Vince, just twist my arm a little bit more. And so as soon as he said that, I knew that I had a picture in my head of what it would be like.
Was the towel thing your idea or theirs?
Actually, the towel thing didn't come along until we did the second vignette. And it was one of the vignettes where I stepped out of the shower, and I had these score girls behind me in the shower, and I just took the towel off and wrapped it around my waist. And the first thing that went in my head was, I need to wear that to the ring.
One of those aha moments,
yes.
Right? Is Paul really not the Big Show?
I don't know. Okay. I've heard he is the Big Show. I tell you, I wouldn't want a sloppy seconds, that's for sure.
Why would Vince allow that as he's trying to steamroll the competition? Was ECW seen as not much of a threat, or did he have an arrangement with Paul, you think?
I believe he had an arrangement with Paul. I know him and Paul have a history together. And so, yeah, I think it was something that, from what I understand, was Paul was looking to, get some support behind ECW, and I think he was hoping that WWE would be that concrete floor for ECW.
What did you guys think of ECW?
I enjoyed it. I mean, Rob Van Dam was there, Sabu. I mean, they had a lot of great talent. Tommy Dreamer, who's got an incredible mind for the business.
But were they in some ways looked at as the Bush League by you guys? You guys are on major TV 2 nights a week.
Not necessarily the Bush League, just the Nutty League. They did a lot of crazy things in that show. So obviously it was a lot smaller than WWE, but I don't think it was viewed by the talent as a Bush League. I think it was viewed more of a, almost like a farm territory almost, without being a farm territory. It's actually it would be a huge stepping stone for someone on the indies to go to ECW as their launching pad to WWE.
Whole lot of Vince this year, Sean. He's winning the Rumble. He's main eventing pay-per-views. He's beating Shamrock in a shoot fight. Now he's the title. Is this too much Vince? Is anyone going, top of spots, the top of the card's supposed to be for wrestlers.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, Vince didn't take up a whole lot of the TV time. Honestly, I think that Vince saw his company in a position at that point in time where it was bigger than it's ever been. And I think he just got that itch. I want to be part of that. I want to be part of the biggest era of professional wrestling ever. And so he did it and got in there good. And it was entertaining. It was entertaining to see Vince get in the ring. And Vince was not, everybody says, oh, you know, a wrestler shouldn't be beating a wrestler, or a company man shouldn't be beating a professional wrestler and whatnot. And then you have these same guys that are supposed to be professional wrestlers saying, oh, I'm not going to kiss his ass, you know, for the, whatever that thing was, the Vince McMahon
Kiss My Ass Club.
Kiss My Ass Club. Yet when it was Vince's turn to get his face rammed into Rikishi's ass, or it was a Big Show's ass, it was one of the two asses, Rikishi's ass. Well, it was Rikishi, yeah. I mean, he had no problem sticking his face right in there, you know? So, I mean, if Vince McMahon, the owner of the company, is willing to stick his face in Rikishi's ass, how can any other professional wrestler in his company say, no, I'm not doing that?
Is it just Vince that can get away with that, with winning his own title and not really suffering a lot of criticism? I mean, if Ted Turner did this, if Barnett did, well, Barnett, imagine that. Imagine the stick in the face in someone's ass for Barnett. But why does Vince get away with it, you think?
I think it's because he has a passion for the business. I think that's why. Did Ted Turner have a passion for the business? I don't think so. If he really did, he'd be involved in it every day, and he wasn't. You know, Vince has a passion for the business. So I think for him to get involved and be entertaining, be a part of the show itself, is I think it's acceptable.
Is this laughable at this point to you guys when this stuff trickles in?
Absolutely. I mean, I remember I was working with Nicole Bass in the ring, trying to teach her new things, and she was just one of those. She seemed sweet and kind, and she tried hard, but she's just one of those people that just could not get it. No matter how much you showed her, no matter how much she practiced, she just could not get it. And you know, I mean, everybody was cool to her. Obviously, people would make jokes behind her back, but nothing she ever heard. And but she couldn't pick wrestling up, and it seemed like if anything was even remotely snug, it was stiff to her, and so she wasn't cut out to be a wrestler. She wanted to be a wrestler, but she couldn't handle being a wrestler. And as far as the guitar, the rigidity of the rigidness of the guitar, I mean, this is pretty much the same guitar that he smacked me over the head with a couple of different times. It's not ballet. It hurts.
It never feels like a pillow, right?
Right. But you get someone that's not a professional wrestler and isn't expecting to feel that. I mean, it can be shocking to them. You know, I mean, you just get a guitar smashed over your head. Yeah, it's not going to injure you per se, but it's not going to be very comfortable either. You know, but professional wrestlers are used to that. Nicole Bass, on the other hand, was probably in shock when she got hit with the guitar, even though she agreed to do it. And I remember we were telling her several times, it's not going to be comfortable when that guitar comes over your head, okay? And she was like, oh, I'm fine with that, I'm fine with that. And then she comes out with a lawsuit saying she got hit with an extra rigid guitar. Please, whatever.
You probably won't answer this, but it'll be fun trying. Knowing the executives as you do, and what proclivities they might have for certain types of women, which agent would you say tried to grab her breast if that actually happened?
I have no idea. I have no clue, because
there's a couple you can eliminate right off the bat, but
I just don't think any. See, everybody in the company is fairly professional, you know, and I just can't see anybody doing that. I really can't.
Told.
What was his relationship with Paul like?
I think it was a good relationship, but I don't think they were really tight. You know, I think Mike Awesome was brought in through Sabu, one of Sabu's boys, And so I don't think that like Paul and Mike were ever, you know, like one-on-one, like, hey, let's have a talk for an hour and chat. I don't think it was like that. I think it was more, you know, like Sabu probably got him booked there. He probably got over, and it was probably just something where he would like show up to work. I'm assuming,
Right.
but that's what it seemed like, and that's what I believe it was.
What do you think about the decision to go with him as champion at this time? You're looking for an edge. You're looking for some kind of spark here. Is this
Dude,
an
I
outs-
liked it. I remember seeing Mike Awesome with his back. He's in the ring and he's got his back to the corner turnbuckle, and he stands on the second rope and he takes Spike Dudley's head and picks him up on his shoulder, and then goes up to the top rope. He's standing on the top rope, boom, and you know, I'm like, dude, that's our champion. That's our heavyweight champion, taking high-risk moves like a power bomb off the top rope in the corner, giving that. And to me, I was like, not only is Mike a great champion, he's a great representative of ECW and a great guy to be on top of that pedestal, you know, I mean, I had the other one with the TV title, and I was thinking like I thought he was a great heavyweight champion, and I thought that, you know, that was really helpful towards me thinking that we could fight each other someday, and it would really mean a lot. He was extreme, and once you're the champion, a lot of guys, you know, kick back. They think they've already done their hard work. Now they got the belt, and it's up to someone else to beat them. But he was still out there beating himself. That's what you had to do.
As over as you made that TV title, was there any discussion ever of giving you the heavyweight?
We talked about that match happening eventually, and then I don't recall. I mean, nothing was solid, so I don't recall specific conversations about, you know, what would happen after that match. It was, I believe the direction would have probably been for me to move on with the heavyweight championship, but because I'm a skeptic by nature, even when things like that are talked about, you just let it go in one ear and out the other, because the idea could change 10 times by midnight tonight, and that's how the business is. So you don't really set yourself up, you know, for disappointments by just going with the flow. I think everybody knows that ICP made an appearance at our first pay-per-view. No, not our first. Maybe it was our second. It was one of the first pay-per-views in Fort Lauderdale. Okay, and Sabu and I had a run-in with them, and I know I kicked Joe Bruce in the ear, and I guess it busted his eardrum. And like I've heard some feedback on that, because I think he put it in his book, but I seriously doubt that would have been a factor in them not coming back. But who knows? Who knows?
They were on this on one of our shows. They talked about it. Did they mention? He talked about the ear story, the eardrum story.
I think there was a question about this match, actually.
Right. I don't think he put any animosity in there.
Or I wouldn't think he would have any fear, you know, of like, oh no, we're gonna get. I wouldn't think so, but who knows? I mean, these guys aren't full-time wrestlers.
Had they come in and stayed for a while, do you think they would have been over with the ECW crowd?
Could have. I mean, they would have had to make some right decisions after getting there. They would have had to probably adapt. You know, of course they would have had to adapt. But yeah, I mean, they're over anyway, so they would have brought all the juggalos, and they could have been a good contribution towards the style. I don't know that the guys were that good at wrestlers, and so to take somebody that you don't know that about and to try to guess if they could be a big star or not is, you know, there's a lot of information missing there. Mm-hmm. You know, Joe Bruce started out with me even before my first match. When I was training, I was in the ring with him a few times. I had my own ring in a barn. He came out, and we worked out in my ring several times. Yeah, in Michigan, my ring or other rings or whatever. So he was around. In my first few shows, he was there. This was before Insane Clown Posse.
Right.
In fact, the first CD that he gave me was their first ICP cassette, and then it stood for Inner City Posse.
Posse, right.
You know that.
They were.
Do you know Inner City Posse's got the Dog Beats ICP? They got the Dog Beats. He knows it. The Inner City Passes got the dog beats, ICP. I'm holding the cassette, so you know what I'm doing. They got the dog beats.
Could this be true?
I can't imagine. You know, like, I'm going to give it a 2% chance because, you know, like, it's hard to try to really explain anybody else's relationship with anybody. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you could ask how I get along with SoCal Val. We happen to be like really, really good friends, but I couldn't explain to you how we really feel about each other or you know what I mean? I could try to explain, but you wouldn't know how you, anybody. The point that I'm making is just like, you know, I had my relationship with Paul, and I seen some people fighting with Paul,
Right.
or I knew that certain people were friends with Paul. Candido and Tammy, for all I know, they could have stayed at the guy's house. I really wouldn't know.
But for Paulie to ever suggest
I can't imagine.
a piss test to come out of his mouth ever.
I think one or both of them might have had a death scare before that. And I'm not sure if that's true, but I kind of think that's the way I remember it, was maybe that her or him were in really, really, really bad shape, like did something where they were seen, where they were either really fucking sewed up, or maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a hospital run or something. It seems like there was some, sadly that's happened so much to so many people,
Well,
it
that's
doesn't
what I
really
was
stand
saying.
out.
Yeah.
But it seems like there was some kind of scare before I remember hearing about the piss test being implemented. I don't know if it's true or not, but I could imagine maybe it was just a really strange deal where Paul was like, I'm not going to be responsible for you. If you're responsible for yourselves, you know, I don't want to take a chance that, you know, known about to be dead fucking users are going to be on my show. That, you know, I could see maybe, but I don't know. In the
What about-
college thing,
did you
I
like
don't know.
Tammy and Chris personally?
I didn't really get along with them.
Yeah.
Did not get along with either one of them much. And it wasn't like we were like really at each other's throats, although there was a few times where like Taz and I were kind of doing this, and then there was like Candido and Perry Saturn that had Taz's back, and they were pumping him up, telling him, you know, how he should take care of me because I was fucked up. You know what? There was something, but besides that, it was just like our relationship with me and Candido was almost sarcastic. You know, hey, Chris Candido, how you doing? But we really didn't get along that well, and I don't know if it was a jealousy over Sabu's friendship, which sounds funny, but when I'm thinking about it, like it could have been, because him and Candido were really, really tight. Chris was one of the guys Sabu would get booked, you know, when he got booked and shit. And also, I never put Tammy over the way all the other boys did. And I really think that more than anything else, that probably has something to do with why we didn't get along, because she would be her normal self, you know, hey, how's it going, flirty, you know, and stuff, and I didn't really give too much energy to that. I kind of thought, dude, that's weird, you know, your boyfriend's right here, like right here, like I'm touching your boyfriend, he's right. So I don't know, but we weren't that tight.
The stories we hear from the other guys that, no tales out of school, we showed Tammy on camera, she said they're crazy. Hand out for pills a lot, would offer entertainment for pills.
I've heard the
Something
rumors.
you've heard.
I've heard this.
Nothing you've experienced.
Correct.
Very good. Do you think Tammy hurt Chris in the end?
I have no idea. I've always wondered how their relationship works. I couldn't tell. For all you know what I mean? I could only,
The whole he's right here thing, that went on for years, even with the Shawn Michaels stuff.
I met those guys in '91. I met both of them. When we wrestled for USWA, Chris Candido had come down, and he had his girlfriend with him, and they were like by themselves doing the whole 700-mile loop. And Sabu ended up, being close with him, saying, "Hey, jump in our car or something." I knew them, way back then. Like there was a time when we'd rent a $28 hotel room and pull the mattresses off the bed and put them on the floor, so like 5 or 6 or 7 of us could sleep in a room. I knew him way back then, and I didn't know they were, weird until a little later. But that's always been the deal, and I could never tell you how Chris felt about Tammy. I have no idea.
Is anyone thinking this is a good idea in the locker room as this goes on?
They were hoping that it would work out. Unfortunately, it didn't work out at all. It was an absolute doom boggle. I can tell you a funny story off of that though. Leading up to this match, this is going into the storyline where Big Boss Man had stolen Pepper. Do you remember that?
Pepper. Yes.
Remember that little dog Pepper?
Yeah.
Okay, and it was a couple of weeks in a row where Al would, be on TV for a vignette saying, "If you find my dog Pepper, please, call here. We need to find my dog Pepper." And so a couple of weeks before this, we were at Raw, and I was walking towards the locker room, and way down the hallway from the locker room, I see Al doing a pre-tape, and I hear him say, "It's Val's," to Vince Russo. So I stopped, and I looked down the hall, and I said, "Al, what's mine?" And he looks and he goes, "Oh, no, nothing. We're just talking about something else." I said, "All right, whatever." And I go walking into the locker room. Several hours later, we go live on Raw. And in our locker room, we have a monitor there so we can continue watching the show. So my match was on first or second. So I go out there, I do my match. I come back and I'm sitting in the locker room, and the TV is to my right. And so I'm just waiting for my entire body to stop sweating so I can get changed. That's the worst thing you can do is, get into the shower and put on your other clothes and yet you're still sweating. It's the worst. So I'm sitting there waiting for my body to cool down and stop sweating, and I'm continuing to listen to the show. Al's vignette pops up, and he goes into his whole Pepper deal. "Oh, my dog Pepper's been missing. I still haven't found him. If anybody's found him, please call this number." And he holds up a sign with a phone number on it. Of course, I'm not paying too much attention to this. I'm just sitting there breathing heavy, waiting to stop sweating. Just kind of half paying attention to it, half not. And my cell phone rings. So I go, damn. And I pick up the phone and I go, "Hello?" And they go, "Hey man, I found Pepper." And I'm going, "Who's this?" And they're going, "Isn't this number I'm supposed to call if I find Pepper?" And I go, "Who is this?" Now, at this point in time, I just think it's one of my buddies messing around with me. And I go, "Look, man, if you're not going to tell me who you are, I ain't got time right now. I'm going to hang up." He goes, "But this is where I'm supposed to call if I find Pepper." I go, "Later," click. And as soon as I hit end, the thing rang again. And I'm going, there's no way that guy called me back that fast. So I hit, "Hello?" It's a little girl this time saying, "Is this the number I call to report Pepper?" And I immediately pulled the phone down, and the entire locker room was dead silent. And as soon as I lifted my head and looked around, everybody busted out laughing. So Al had just put my cell number on USA Network live on Raw. Needless to say, I just hit end and it rings, hit end and it rings, hit end and it rings all night long.
Let me guess what you did the next day.
I had to change the number, of course, but it goes on. After it rang several times, I finally just powered it off. And I went hunting for Al, and I couldn't find him. He had split. He was gone. So I was riding with Tess and A-Train at the time. So we continued to watch the rest of Raw, and my phone was powered off. We get in the car, and we have about a 4-hour ride in the next city. And so we're driving. And about halfway there, Tess says to me, "Hey, Val, is your phone still ringing?" I said, "I don't know, good call, let me see." And I went and powered it on. The second it got a signal, ring, it rang. I'm like, oh my God, they're still calling. This is like 4 hours later. And so we start making up this plan. Hey, let's answer, and every time we answer, we'll say, "You're the 1000th caller on the Pepper hotline, or WWE hotline for Pepper. and you've just won $10,000 to be presented to you live on Monday Night Raw next week. And so we were freaking people out. People were, are you serious? I've won $10,000? And I said, yeah, all you have to do is just answer a few questions from my colleague here. He'll take down your information and we'll get you set up. So I'd pass it to A-Train, and A-Train would ask them the most ridiculous questions ever. It was hysterical. To make a long story short, it made the 4-hour ride turn into a 30-second ride. It was hysterical. It was next morning I woke up, the first thing I did was call Sprint and get my number changed right away.
That's great. You should have gave everyone. You should said to claim the prize and then given them Al's cell phone number to claim their $10,000.
That's what I should have done. Yes, that's actually a good call. Dang, where were you back then?
I know. I was in Al's car, hoping that you wouldn't do it. You think Vince was personally hurt by this? Because of the way
Yes.
they did it?
I think he was. Yes, he put a lot into Vince Russo. I think he really relied on Vince Russo to continue with the creative ways. Vince Russo was great at pushing the envelope in all different directions. And one thing that Vince Russo was very good at was having everybody from the very bottom of the card to the very top of the card in a storyline that meant something. And so he worked very, very hard to do that. And I think Vince appreciated that. I think Vince was a big fan of Vince Russo's at the time. And so when Vince Russo walked out on him like that, I think it was hurtful to him, definitely.
What happened that night at TV? Well, actually, it wasn't on Monday, but the following Monday at TV. Is there now scrambling to get people in place to pick up these storylines and take them? Did you notice any of that?
I didn't notice any of the scrambling. I did notice that people were still almost in shock that he had just walked up and left and quit. You know, people were like, so who's going to write our storylines? Because like I said, Vince Russo was very good at having storylines throughout the entire card. And Vince McMahon was kind of his governor. As Vince Russo would push the envelopes for all storylines, Vince would be there to snatch back that chain to make sure it wasn't pushed too far. And they made a good team that way. You know, Vince Russo was allowed to be very creative and push the envelope as far as he could, and Vince would snatch it right where he wanted it. You know, he wouldn't let him cross that line, and I think that kept that kept the show hot.
The boom period, the characters of Stone Cold and The Rock and what The Rock became as a babyface. If you had to apply a percentage of that success of the WWE at that time to Russo's contribution, and I guess Ferraro's also, what percentage would be fair to say was theirs?
That's a good question. I never thought about that question before. You know, I'm going to say with Rock and Austin on fire the way they were, I mean, they're going to draw a crowd anywhere they go anyways. So I'm going to give them maybe 60% of the reason as to why WWE was so successful at that time. The other 40%, I would say, would be Vince Russo and his team creating storylines from the top to the bottom. I mean, there was a point in time when Crash Holly was a bigger superstar than Bill Goldberg was. And Bill Goldberg was on top in WCW. And to me, that was due to Vince Russo's writing. So I think as Austin and Rock led the charge, Vince Russo's writing for everyone in the card was definitely. I mean, it had a lot of synergy between those two groups, the Rock and Austin group and the writing crew. I mean, there's a lot of synergy there, and I think it carried the product to brand new levels.
How do you think you were handled after Russo was gone? Since a lot of the provocative stuff that we talked about was with Vince's.
I think when Vince Russo left, I think the character was, I mean, it was such an envelope-pushing character, and it was Vince Russo that was behind pushing that envelope. When he left, it was kind of, the Val Venus character was kind of left in limbo. Like, okay, what do? We don't want to push him in that direction anymore. We want to do this, or we want to do that, and it was just never the same. I think Vince Russo was a powerful engine behind the Val Venus character. I was in the locker room. I didn't actually see it happen. I do remember when D'Lo came back to the locker room, he just broke down. I mean, it was, and we still didn't realize exactly what had happened. We didn't know that he was injured to the extent that he really was injured. But we knew something was definitely wrong just because of the way D'Lo was breaking down at that point in time.
Is that when these awful accidents happen, and they are no question accidents, is there any anger or skepticism directed toward the individual that was in the ring with the person at the time? Did D'Lo undergo any of that in the locker room?
No, I don't believe he did. You know, I think everybody's got to be responsible for what they can and cannot do. And if Draws could not execute the maneuver well enough, could not feed up for D'Lo well enough, then it's on him. If it was a mistake and Draws just couldn't get up for there was bad timing or something like that, and D'Lo just dropped him on his head, then that's on D'Lo. But you just don't really know whose fault it was, because I mean, I've taken that running powerbomb from D'Lo, and I got up just fine, and he ran with me just fine for it. So I've seen him do it before many, many times, you know. And it just so happens on this time that Draws just couldn't get up. So was it Draws that couldn't get up, or do you know what I mean? And so it's hard to say who was at fault. But yeah, I don't think D'Lo. I mean, obviously D'Lo didn't mean for that to happen. Definitely not. I mean, and it's like any other job. I mean, accidents happen, and it's just part of life. You know, you've got to learn to live with it.
But when you guys are waiting to go out, I mean, it's kind of like if I were to watch a horrific car crash on television before I go and get in the car, there's a little bit of a, you know, what am I about to do? What kind of danger am I in right now? Or do you have to force that out of your mind?
You have to force that out of your mind. I mean, the second you think of what could happen, I mean, you're going to mess up your timing, something, and it's going to happen. You know, and generally, you got to zone into the match. You got to zone into performing. You know, and if you walk into that ring with anything less in your mind than, you know, performing to the very best of your ability, then, you know, that's when accidents can happen.
Does Draws hold any grudges?
I don't know. I don't think he does, but I can't tell you that for sure. I met him a few times, and then about a month before he passed away, I went to his home, and he took me on a tour of his home, and it was pretty cool. I met his wife at the time, and you know, it was pretty cool. We sat down and had some good conversations, and that was the last time I ever saw him, actually.
How did that come to happen, that you got invited down?
Through Victor Quinones at the time. Victor Quinones was his godson, I guess. So.
I don't even have to say the joke, right? It's just there.
It's just there.
It's inherent in the question.
It's just there.
Remember any of this?
No, I don't remember. This is the first I've heard of it.
Would your face have looked like this if you turned on Fox News and saw Jake Roberts talking about cleaning up wrestling?
Yes, it would have.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Moolah was always really cool. I always liked Moolah. You know, for her to win the title back then was that was shocking. I mean, if WWE was one of those companies where you expect something to happen, and of course the writers take you in a different direction, which is always a good thing to do every once in a while. So I thought that was a good and entertaining little storyline there.
Her and Mae Young in the locker room around all these young guys. Is it as funny as?
Oh, Mae Young's she's funny. I mean, she's hilarious. I remember one time she had to go out and give Eric Bischoff the Bronco Buster. And Eric Bischoff was in the ring, he's cutting a promo. Well, I was the next match out after that. And so I'm up in gorilla position right behind Mae Young. And Mae Young says, "Hey Val, come here and look at this." So I came over and she pulled her shorts away. And I'm looking down in there and she's got a bunch of sardines all stuffed in her underwear. And I'm like, oh my God. And she goes, hey, and of course there's her music. So there she goes through the curtain down the ramp, and they go into a little something with Bischoff. Bischoff sits in the corner. She charges the corner, does the Bronco Buster. I'm just thinking those sardines going in Eric Bischoff's face. And it was funny. It was funny. It would have been funny to be done to anybody. You know, it was hilarious.
That is funny at 70 that she would think to do a rib like that.
That's when, I mean, before that, I had talked to Mae Young maybe a dozen times. Just, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. Just, you know, general chit chat. But that night was the night she got over with me. I love that woman. She is tremendous.
Everyone in a good mood that day?
I
When that
think so.
stock came out?
I think so. Yeah, I think everyone was in a really good mood for that day. It was the next day that people weren't in such a good mood anymore.
Right. Well, but Vince is now on paper a billionaire.
Yeah.
Does anyone's opinion of him change, or is he still just the boss?
He's still just the boss, but I mean, it's when you know him beforehand, I'm sure if you met him afterwards, you'd feel something different. But yeah, we just still looked at him as our boss.
When something like this happens and someone pops up on the other TV, is Vince publicly pissed? Is he kicking trash cans?
No. Vince is very reserved. You know, I think he knows when he can get his revenge, and I think he did it when he bought WCW. He just bought his time, and then bought WCW, and then fired Jeff Jarrett.
Do you guys hear of this about to happen when somebody's going to make a jump like that?
Well, we kind of had, we kind of had good ideas that he was going there. But I mean, it's just business. You know, to me, he was out of contract during that show. I guess someone had dropped the ball, and someone in legal had dropped the ball, and you know, so if you want a guy to wrestle out of contract, you gotta come to terms with, you know, whatever you might, with that, whatever kind of deal you can come up with. So I don't think Jeff was out of line for trying to work out a deal. But is it right or wrong for him to ask for such a huge amount of money to drop a title when there was an oversight on the company? I mean, that's burning a bridge, you know. And I think if he hadn't have burned that bridge and he had have done good business with Vince, I don't think Vince would have a problem with him and say, okay, you know, here, drop the title here. We'll give you this much. Go to WCW. Go do your business. And I think, you know, Jeff Jarrett might still have, you know, a good opportunity in WWE in the future. But he didn't do that. I think he burned a bridge real bad with WWE.
Do you guys have bad blood when you see that? Because I mean, it's the company you work for.
Yeah,
getting shit
but
on.
I mean, it has really nothing to do with me. It's between the talent and Vince, you know. And if that's, to me, it was bad business. But maybe to Jeff, it was the right thing to do. So. I read bits and pieces of it. I never actually sat down. I'm not too much into storybooks. Like I said, I only really read political books. The only wrestling storybook that I read from front to back was Edge's book. And but I mean, from what I could see, you know, obviously Mick Foley's a talented writer, but he's writing stories, and I'm really not interested in the stories.
You get along with me?
Yeah, he's a Democrat, but yeah, I get along with him.
It's reported that Paul still detests him on a personal level. But a good business decision, I would suppose, to have that music play again in the ECW arena. Got an amazing pop.
I would imagine so. I mean, he's one of the OGs that I don't think anybody questions whether he deserved that spot or not. You know what I mean?
Right.
He wasn't just someone that was lucky because there wasn't enough good wrestlers around. He was someone that was so original. There's only one Sandman, and he was ECW. And ECW was Sandman.
You can't talk about Hack without talking about times that you were in the ring with him that you realized he shouldn't be in a ring.
I remember you mentioned Poughkeepsie earlier, and I wondered if you were going to bring up the time there was a lot of guys in the ring. Like it was either a 6-man tag match or something where there was a bunch of guys out there, and we're in the back. And if I remember right, Sandman was out in the ring wrestling. Like they just went out there a few minutes ago. He came back to the dressing room, said he needed more beer, and actually left the match to come back but he was in his underwear.
When he got okay.
But not when he left.
Oh no! When he took his didn't he take
Yeah.
he took his pants off?
Yeah.
One year. We
Yeah.
covered that with him.
Went
That
back
was
out.
his years.
Went
He-
back out to the ring naked
Yeah.
after grabbing one of the
Yes.
Divas brushes and thinking it was funny to brush his pubes. I remember
Right,
that, thinking,
yeah.
"Oh, dude, that's someone's girlfriend too. That's not funny." But I went out there naked to the ring in Poughkeepsie. Yeah, so that was probably alcohol-induced
I would
behavior.
guess. I mean, there's times he talked about here where he was calling Sabu a lizard on the microphone. You remember that?
A
one?
lizard, no.
He had taken acid before going in the ring, and it was too much. And he started going, "Here, lizard, lizard, lizard," chasing him in the ring, calling him a lizard.
That does sound familiar. Yeah.
So, but he's one of the people that we consistently hear. Forget about swinging a cane. Should have never been in the ring. Were you ever on the receiving end of a too drunk, too high Sandman?
But definitely not often. I mean, he could usually still show up to work when he was punched in, but there was times when it was like working with somebody almost that was barely above sleeping. You know what I mean? Like not much help from the other guy, and that can be hard. That's a standard we use by a really good wrestler. Oh, you could have a match with a broomstick. Well, if you have a match with someone that's really not contributing that much, you almost have to be able to really dance around them. That's happened. Mikey was a good kid. You knew what you could count on him to do, and he had his moves. You knew he was going to be there, pull him off. He was one of those wrestlers that probably wouldn't be a superstar anywhere else except for ECW because the difference in the style, the opportunities that difference allowed for people like Mikey. I mean, we wouldn't look at him and say, dude, you ought to be a professional wrestler. And sometimes there's guys that make it in WWE or the then WCW that also might not fit the mold, but it's safe to say that about Mikey that ECW was his probably his only, but definitely his biggest doorway into the business. And I'm not surprised we haven't seen him since.
Right. The Louis Dangerously thing. Did you think that ever hit too close to home? The imitation for Paul, or?
Not that I know of. I mean, if it did, if something ever offended him or something, then I wouldn't know. He knows that we talk about him. I'm sure he knows that we speak very candidly about him lying to us and everything that is part of the Paul Heyman conversation. So I don't think he's got really thin skin. I would doubt that Louis ever went too far. It gave us room to be creative with Fonzie managing both of us. We didn't have any prior model, to look at for a source of ideas. So He's going to take care of Sabu. He's going to take care of me, you know. And we're thinking of like the contrast, you know. Before the match, warming up. You go to Sabu's dressing room. He's in there intense, warming up, you know, or throwing chairs around or whatever he does, chewing on barbed wire, whatever Sabu would do, you know, come in and go to open up my room. We got the whole place all like smoked up, you know. He'd come in and wave it around, open up a window. Van Dam, you got to get ready for your match, you know, and try to just play like the opposite, you know, contrast. And then in the match, you know, it was a lot of hard work for Fonzie because he had to be there for both of us and not favor one of us, not be pulling for one of us to win. He was going to win one and lose one either way, unless, you know, whatever happened. Mm-hmm. So it was fun, and Sabu's always been, you know, my favorite guy to wrestle. We're very like-minded in our vision of what a good match is, you know, because that's always a compromise. You're wrestling this guy. He wants to do this and this and this. All right, you know, but, you know, unless you're wrestling a clone of yourself, you're never going to go out there and have exactly the match that you want, that you picture.
With a new guy, how much do you talk about beforehand?
It's circumstantial. I'm on the old-fashioned end of the spectrum, so I don't prepare for anything in life. You know, you ask me if I wanted these questions ahead of time. Mm-hmm. I don't prepare. I'm not, you know, even if I try to, I'm not good at it, you know, which is really bad for auditions when I do them out in Hollywood, because I'm usually reading the script on the way to the audition, you know, while I'm driving, and I'm trying to, yeah, maybe I can pull this off, you know. So, you know, I prefer going out there in the ring and getting as much out of being able to interact with the crowd and play off of the moment. The big difference between wrestling nowadays and wrestling back in '99 is that it's all about time now. Like, it really, I mean, you know, when you go out there, bam, 6 minutes. That's my entrance. That's your entrance. That's going to cut off 2 minutes. Now we got 4 minutes. We got a 30-second break for the phone app and the commercial, and that's going to go here. And we got this much time. And it's all about, you know, utilizing the most out of that little bit of time. The whole agenda was different back then because it wasn't about the time. It was about my story and playing off of the crowd and seeing where that takes me. And so, you know, there's a big difference in that, but I still prefer, you know, as little as preparation as possible. I'm the guy that shows up at the building, you know, just as late as I can possibly to still get the job done. Not one of those guys that's there at noon going, let's see, left, right, left. That's not.
When Vince brought him in, he was already, I mean, he's an Olympic gold medalist. I mean, the guy's obviously a hard worker to begin with. I mean, to get to that stage of collegiate wrestling, freestyle wrestling, Greco wrestling, to become a gold medalist, I mean, that requires a work ethic like none other. And so for him to come into the company and work as hard as he was working and continues to work today is it was demanded respect almost.
Is there any of that kind of old school mentality left at this time, where somebody from a amateur background comes in and there's a, listen kid, it's a little different here?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he had that mind that was open to learning, and so, and I mean, that's a key to success in professional wrestling. You got to be able to have that desire to learn, you know. And he had the desire, he had the strength, and the attitude, and the commitment to become a top professional wrestler.
Was he passionate about professional wrestling?
Absolutely.
And the art of?
Absolutely, he was very passionate about professional wrestling. He was incredibly passionate about learning how to take the fans on an emotional roller coaster ride. There are some things that Kurt does that's, I completely get blown away in the chair and just go, what the heck was that? But when I look at the match overall, he puts on really, really good matches. When Eddie Guerrero splashed him off the top rope, for example, in one of the matches, and literally it was, I'm going to say 6 seconds, maybe 6, 7 seconds, maybe max, after he just got hit with the frog splash, he trips Eddie Guerrero coming off the ropes and catches him in the ankle lock and stands up and puts him in an ankle lock like there's nothing wrong with him. Stuff like that irks me, you know, and he still kind of does a little bit of stuff like that today. And but I mean, that's nitpicking, you know.
That's a good example, though. Whose job is it at that point to call them over?
The agent's job. You know, I mean, if I was the agent for that match, I would have. What the heck were you doing? You just killed off his frog splash.
Well, is Eddie right to say, "What the fuck? That's my finish"?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know why Eddie agreed to that. I have no idea why Eddie agreed to that. I mean, to me, in professional wrestling, there's got to be. I mean, okay, let him kick out of maybe your finish. You know, you know, he just kicks out. He's got so much determination, he barely kicks out. But I mean, to be up and standing on his feet and putting an ankle lock on like there's absolutely nothing wrong with him, you know, even 10 seconds, 15, 20 seconds after a frog splash is, to me, you'll never see that happen in any of my matches, that's for sure, ever.
Man. I think that is that's the gray area. You know, with censorship, there's certain words that are deemed appropriate and certain words that are taboo. Censorship baffles me. I always think and have thought it should be about intent, and I don't see why if I say screw you, I don't know why that's better than saying fuck you if I mean the exact same thing. Right. But somewhere in society, someone decided when you pronounce it this way, it's swearing. So dick is one of those gray areas where you can say it and it's funny because it's a bad word, but you can still get by using it.
Okay.
Ass is another one of those. And as time goes by and we get further from the Willie Mays years of Hollywood censorship, we were able to now say, you know, more and more words. You know, they're able to say pussy on TV now. Couldn't say that a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And certain shows will still bleep it because they don't know you can say it.
Right.
I think that's what Dick was.
Does the company have problems with these outside entities telling their story?
I don't know. I'm assuming that there's probably some that they prefer were never made. But I mean, hey, that's the way it goes. I mean,
are you prevented from participating in them? I mean, if A&E called today or whenever you
if you're under
them,
contract with WWE, then of course you have to get permission in order to. Otherwise, you'd be breaching your contract. Mm-hmm. So you got to stay within the terms of your contract. And there may be some documentaries that say, "Yeah, go do it." Other ones that might say, "No way, you're not going to have any part of that."
About.
You're made aware of this news, I assume, too?
To an extent, not those details.
But it's another hurrah moment because here comes some more money.
Absolutely. Yeah. Money and just the fact that we're going to have a video game is a huge step for the company. Again, brand recognition and exposure in a different market, and it means growth. You got to figure most of us at this stage are still trying to become superstars. Now, there's some guys that are on their way back down that have been up there. You know, I mean, we talked about Rick Rude was already there, and Sid Vicious, and Bam Bam Bigelow. Some of the guys had already been up on top, and they were there in between runs, or they're on their way back down, or whatever. But for a lot of us that were on our way up, trying to still establish ourselves as worldwide commodities, having an action figure, being on a video game, those were huge. Now we're national TV, we got our magazine. These were things that for us as individuals were moments of growth as we're trying to become superstars. So, you know, wouldn't you love to say people can play you on a video game? It's awesome. So we were excited in our own careers for that, and we were excited for the company because obviously, yes, this was one more way ECW was going to be cemented into the history of time. It was establishing itself as a serious third company now in our minds, and we think that there's no ceiling to this. You know, we don't understand how limited we are. We're still naively crossing our fingers and holding on to our faith. And we knew Acclaim was on board with us, but of course Paul would never let us know they're writing checks for a couple $100,000. You know what I mean? We would never be privy to that.
Now, after this amazing run, we talk about it's kind of losing the captain here, maybe a little bit. What is there any concern in the locker room?
I don't think there's any concern as to what would happen with the company itself in terms of attendance by the fans. I think there was more concern as to who's going to move into that position or who's going to attempt to move into that position. And I think everybody was jockeying for position at that point in time.
That. Paul's history in the business goes back and adds such depth to the whole story when you consider ECW, because he wasn't always from there, Paul. I mean, he had his days back in Crockett's or NWA or all that, and he met many people who would be lifetime friends and associates along the way. So ECW on the surface is like, it's this new extreme wrestling where they do things, you know, they shouldn't even be allowed done on TV, and you see all this, but at the same time, it still had the basic fundamentals, which is what made it a successful entity, because there's still a place for the roots of wrestling's history and origin to tie into it. So you have Paul's feud with I mean, there was Dusty, there was Jim Cornette, there was Jerry Lawler. These are guys that all fit into, someone would put on the outside of ECW's fence, thinking of it as this new, a new rebellious organization that's anti-establishment. But when you really think about the foundation, then they fit right in, and that's what it has to be, is the balance of both. I've always said, when people ask, when I've been asked about how my style and what I've done, how I think that how I've been successful where others haven't been, is that I learned the wrestling. You know what I mean? I never got taught in wrestling school how to hit you in the head with a chair or any of that stuff. I got taught, lock up and headlock and hammerlock, and it was all about, pin him, jump on him, get his shoulders on. That's how I learned to wrestle. And then I learned to add extreme moves on top of that, but I never lost that. And some generations later, some fans that grew up watching us, but they didn't get trained in the fundamentals, they only pay attention to what interests them. So some of them have come into the business not knowing how to wrestle, only knowing how to do what we refer to as garbage wrestling, and I've never had any respect for that because of my foundation. And I think you want to, for extreme wrestling, I think you want to add on to wrestling to make it extreme, not take the place of it and replace it with something else. That's what kids are doing in the backyard, hitting each other with light bulbs. There's no place for Dusty Rhodes there,
But Dusty coming in, how is he in the locker room? Is he gracious? Is he?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't say that I remember that night right now specifically, but I've been around Dusty a long time, and I know that I mean he's the man. He's got his place in the business. Nobody can question that. Nobody can move him out of his place. You know, he was a booker, an agent, a talent. He's run companies. Probably run him into the ground. He's done it all, you know. So I mean, when he's Dusty Rhodes, and that's give and take for him. He knows how to treat people as Dusty Rhodes, and he knows in return what people will give him. He's a hothead, and he can be, so he's one of the guys that will fight. I can't say for sure that I know how he would place if we had a big fighting tournament, you know, but a lot of guys will never fight. There's just guys that aren't fighters, and our business is made of legitimate fighters. We got some of the toughest people in the world, whether they've broke records from wrestling or fighting or lifting weights or whatever. These are legitimate world champions that are in this business, and I tell people that want to get into the business as a fan because they think it looks fun. You know, you're trusting your body in there with somebody that's broken world records lifting weights or crushing people or whatever, and you have to be able to handle yourself to feel confident and comfortable in that environment. So for me, I've always felt like if you're totally not a fighter and you never would fight, to be in the business would be like such a different perspective. It would be scary, I would think. I mean, you would have to have a different opinion of the business than I do, because I look at it as a bunch of guys that, for the most part, are out for themselves. Everything else, I think, you know, comes second. That's, you know, we all had pride in ECW, wanted to see ECW take off, but when it comes down to it, we're looking for our own positions in the industry, and all our decisions are based on that. Tracy Smothers, I love Tracy, and he'd fly off the handle and want to fight. You know, if he was, we've all seen it happen, and we've seen him get mad and like punch the lockers, and I think that's probably where his reputation comes from, because he'd get hot and get mad and want to fight and storm off. I haven't seen him fight actually, but I've heard him tell stories that back in the day on the farm that they would have fights with other farms, and that they would, like, someone from this farm would pick a representation, someone would represent this farm, and they would have like fights, and I don't know if it was over cattle or what, but we were all entertained by it.
How was your match with him?
Good, because Tracy, a clash of styles, I would say. You know, Tracy being more of a basic wrestler from, you know, I'd say southern, you know, mid-south wrestling, basic, compared to me saying, you know, yeah, I'm going to do a backflip over you and jump around and spin kick, you know. But so he cares about the match. He wants to make sure that that everything comes out, that everyone's happy, and that's what I remember about the matches. Is like, even if he didn't know where I was, he wanted to be there when I landed for him.
You're right in the crosshairs here when the whole Parents Television Council thing starts, and your gimmick. And you remember when this first came about and the pressure was being responded to,
Yes,
not ignored.
Absolutely. And I think the most over-the-top characters were my character and, of course, Godfather's character. Mm-hmm. And so for Vince to obviously take notice of that, because I think he would have ignored them otherwise, but for him to take notice and take his two most envelope-pushing characters and convert them into the right to censor in order to mock the PTC, I think to me it meant that, yeah, Vince was worried. Vince was worried about losing the advertisers because of the Parental Television Council. And so, you know, I'll tell you the truth, I couldn't stand being part of the RTC. You know, not necessarily the group. The group was fun to be with. But to put me in those long dark pants and a white dress shirt, when I sweat brutally. And so midway through a match, the shirt's sticking to me, the pants are sticking to me, I just couldn't breathe. And so I was begging for that whole RTC thing to go to the wayside.
Plus, I mean, your character's not going to translate now. I mean, what you had worked to build for so long.
Right, and at that point in time too, you know, with Vince Russo leaving, I was kind of left in limbo somewhat. You know, there was no more envelope pushing Val Venus because there was no Vince Russo behind it. And it just seemed like any time I would throw an idea out there that would be envelope pushing, that was going too far, and they'd pull it back. You know, so
Who's pulling the reins at this point in time?
I'm pretty sure Vince was pulling the reins back, but it just seemed like the writers, you know, I'd throw the idea to them and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's great," and they'd write it down, and the next week would come along and say, "I don't know if we can go in that direction." I was like, "All right."
Do you start to see any chemistry between Triple H and Stephanie?
I didn't personally, but rumors started going around the locker room that, hey, you know, hey, Stephanie and Hunter are getting together. You know, so I didn't see it, but yeah, I definitely heard it. You couldn't help but hear it if you're in the locker room. To tell you the truth, I didn't know about it until about 3 or 4 hours before the show. They just said, we're going to give you the European title today. I was like, okay, let's do it.
Less prestige than the IC for you?
Yeah, for me
you?
personally,
Yeah.
because the IC title had so much history to it, and some of my favorite wrestlers of all time held the IC title. So yeah, it was less prestige, but it was still it was a cool title to have.
Talk to me about working with the Bulldog.
It was easy, you know. It was he was a decent worker. I'm not going to say he was a dynamite kid, you know, definitely not. But everything he did well, and he knew what he could do and what he couldn't do, and he always stuck with the basic stuff that he knew how to do, and so it made my job a lot easier. You know, it really did. He was always I always liked British Bulldog. He was always a good guy, and you know, he was gracious in defeat as well.
Are you responsible for carrying all those belts around?
Yes. That's the brutal part, going through security. I would hate to go through airport security today with those belts.
Right. The first stone was cast, let me put it that way. Paul did a promo shooting on TNN. You know about this?
Yes.
Okay. Where on our show, where and I have the tape to it, where he's saying, you know, fuck you, this is bullshit. You guys fucked us over. You know, fuck you. Why don't you just throw us off the air? In fact, I dare you to throw us off the air. If you had any fucking balls, TNN, you would throw us off the fucking air and let us out of this deal right now. And he's cutting this promo, and they actually aired the promo with no audio on the ECW show that
2000, right? A little later. A little
Okay.
later, he does that.
So
yeah.
this was building,
Yeah.
and Paul's got the position of knowing what's really going on, but telling the dressing room what they need to hear so that he can have their continued support in his fight. You know, I never heard any backlash from TNN on that. I can only assume they were happy to be taking advantage of us and drawing whatever ratings we were to their channel, because before we were there, they had nothing but Dukes of Hazzard and fishing.
Yeah.
That's what they had. And then we were part of this this relaunch where it went from let's see, TNN, the Nashville Network, from Nashville to National. Is that what the?
The National Network.
So we were part of something that we thought was going to be, you know, like really big. I actually appeared on a TV show that was another one of their new shows called 18 Wheels of Justice, and I played. It was an acting part. Boss Rutan was in my gang of we're robbers or something. But it was like that also told us, wow, we're gonna have opportunities now for the wrestlers to be in like different TV shows, and like this is. You know, so it's funny. I've wrestled on that channel for 3 different wrestling companies. Yeah, I think probably all along that they wanted WWE there, and we were a test pattern, like a test to see, put us on there, see if people are interested without them spending $1 to advertise us. I don't know what the story is to that. I know that those guys had great matches together. And I never do want the job of writing the stories and deciding other guys' career paths. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that. But somebody might have thought it was a good idea to switch it up. You know, there's always every perspective, and everyone's arguing that they're right and everyone else is wrong. That's why it's so ridiculous and silly that I tune it all out. I just want to go in the ring and show off, you know. And even with that, everyone's got their own opinion that they swear is right. Coming up when I was young, way back in the day, there was Ricky Nelson, and then later on Rip Rogers. 2 guys that were they were 2 peas from the same pod. Where Ricky Nelson was way back. I was super green. This is 91 with Ricky Nelson, and then later with Rip Rogers. Both of those guys, before the match, they both said, "So you do a bunch of flips and kicks and stuff, right, kid?" I'm like, yeah. Oh, I do this kick where I do this and I do that. They said, save it for the end. Just do 1 kick at the end. That way it means something. And I was just like, oh, what the fuck? Both of those guys swear they know what's right. It doesn't mean anything if you do all this shit during the whole match. You save it, 1 kick at the end, then it means something. Right now, where's Rip Rogers? Where's Ricky Nelson? You know what I mean? I was too green to argue with them, but I totally didn't see it the way they saw it. If I bought a ticket and was sitting in the stands, I wouldn't want to see me get bumped around by the heel till the last second, get 1 kick in and pin him. If I saw him doing moonsaults and backflips, dude, that's my favorite wrestler. So everyone's got their own opinion, and everyone can tell you why you're wrong and they're fundamentally right. And the whole thing is like so silly when it really comes down to it. That's why I'm so anti-office, you know, when it comes to setting all that up with the authority. You know, the authority and the knowledge, you know, this is what's right. You know, like, you got Mike Austin, the champ. You don't even champ for 6 months. Let him drop the title for 1 week. Then it shakes the whole business up. Then everyone wants to see him. Who knows what's right? You know?
Interesting. Well, let's look at the arc of '99. Where do you place it in the history of the company? Is this the beginning of the end? Was this a few opportunities that just went astray? Got the video games, got the magazine, got TNN, just couldn't make it work. Where do you see '99 in the lineage?
It's the apex. It's the peak. I mean, it's the very biggest time in ECW's history. And at the same time, it is the beginning of the end. We are overextended in every which way, ready to grow, but the growth doesn't come. We've just opened ourselves and put everything out there, and it's not coming back, and we're done. We're finished. There's no way to survive it. We're still, to the very last bit, optimistic, hopeful as wrestlers. We're still in there, and Paul's still keeping us that way. Paul's still having the meetings, you know, saying, you know, we're going to do this, you know, and this looks like this is going to happen. And we believed in the product so much. And I still think that although I realize that it's going to be more of a cult following, because you know, it's like there's the conformists and then there's the nonconformists. The conformists are the many, the nonconformists are the few. But those are my people, the nonconformists. But it's hard for me to tap into the nonconformists to get them to be proud that they're not like the conformists, but it's true. And it's like, that's kind of how it is with ECW. Like, I really felt like if everybody got a chance to see this, that a lot of them would be drawn to. You don't even have to be a wrestling fan to enjoy our show. You're flipping through the channels, and then you see there's a wrestling ring buried with chairs, and everyone from the crowd is throwing their chairs in, and the wrestlers are getting buried, and then it switches to a guy getting lit on fire. You're, whoa, what is this? It made wrestling cool where wrestling wasn't cool anymore. You know, the coolness flavor had already died down, I think, from the 80s, and ECW was a huge part, maybe the leader, I would say, in bringing it towards the Attitude Era. Unfortunately, not many people got to see ECW compared to the millions and millions and millions that would see WWE or WCW. So if they took our ideas and put them on their show, the fans would think, Shane McMahon did the Van Terminator, was the first one to go across the ring and do the coast to coast, you know, and they didn't know, they might not have known RVD's been doing that move. They think he's the first guy to ever do it. That's the disadvantage of being part of the few, the proud, but at the same time, you know, the few and the proud look at everybody else like they're missing the boat. That's the paradox, you know? So there's ECW targeting everyone, saying we go against the grain. Mm-hmm. Most people go with the grain, so you're almost like trying to target a few, but we believed that there's enough of us out there to support this, that are going to tune in just on the coolness and on the fact that they're seeing something they couldn't see anywhere else. And we really thought there'd be enough of those that would find it. At times, being naive, we thought there was enough of those to maybe even bump us up to the number 2 position, especially when WCW was hurting with money a little bit and their ratings were going down and ours were going up. We thought it was happening. And you know, by we, I mean me. I can't speak for everybody, but a lot of us did though. We were like, dude, you know, come on, Paul, make this happen. You know, when's that meeting with Barry Diller? You know, what do you? So it was downhill after that moment though. I mean, it really was. And we were all the airplane's going down, and we're all seeing the earth come towards us. You know what I mean?
But
we saw
waiting for it to pull up.
Waiting for it to pull up.
Yeah.
And yeah. Now looking back, I realize more like what I'm telling you, that when you're targeting, you know, just a few people that like it different than everybody else, then you are going to have to expect to be getting a smaller piece of the entire pie. But that's where we were. That's where we were comfortable artistically. That's what we were about.
Let's take Holly first. We hear a lot about him. I found him to be one of the nicest guys in the business, but we hear he's stiff, we hear he's a jerk, we hear all this stuff. What did you think?
I like Bob. You know, to me, Bob was a great guy. I rode with Bob for a while. You know, we trained together for a while, you know, and, you know, some people said I was stiff too. You know, Bob and I had great matches. I mean, you know, I wouldn't consider Bob stiff at all. I'd consider him snug, definitely. But yeah, I wouldn't consider him stiff. Now, I have seen Bob take liberties on guys that, you know, wouldn't do, you know, what he was saying to do in the ring. So I have seen him do that. That's something I definitely wouldn't do myself. But yeah, I always got along with Bob.
Was he with BB at this point in time?
I think they were just starting to get
This is
together.
what started it, maybe.
Yeah.
You worked with a lot of women that year.
Yeah, I did.
Must have been great.
It was okay.
Young single man on the road, all these ladies.
Yeah, but you know, that's one way you could look at it. But I think I would have preferred to have been wrestling in more serious matches, you know, without having China, or not China, what's her name? Without having like a Terry Reynolds or somebody like that pulling my foot, or do you know what I mean? I'd like to have, of course, that's not entertaining to the fans as working with the women. I mean, the women, they want to see the women and the Big Valboski, and those are the storylines we give them. But I always had a dream to have a 45-minute match with somebody like Chris Benoit, for example. You know, just a one-on-one match with Chris Benoit or Dynamite Kid, or do you know what I mean? Or Kurt Angle. And those are the types of matches I always dreamed about. But hey, I'm not going to complain about working with the women, that's for sure.
Can you request that? Back then, can you say, look, the ha-has are fun, but let's one night. Send me out there. I could do it. I could do a 45-minute match. It would shock people.
I don't know. I mean, I made it known that I wanted to do those types of matches,
Yeah.
you know. But they just kept pushing me into these storyline matches with, you know, with women, and you know, which was cool. Hey, I'm not complaining about it. But still, I had that desire to really put on a good, tough, long match with a top talent.
But at this time, it probably wouldn't have gotten you as much TV time and as much exposure.
Probably not,
In this
yeah.
Attitude Era as what you were doing with the towel.
Absolutely.
And you did a heck of a job with it.
Thank you very much.
And I appreciate
it.
That was 99.